Chapter 14:21. On this day, only Li Qinglong and Zhou Xiaoduo sat side by side on a hillside outside Shanjing City. Ever since the Battle of the 10 Directions encirclement, all the officials and people in Shanjing City had sent off the dead soldiers. The atmosphere in Shanjing City had become unprecedentedly gloomy and solemn. Everyone's heart was heavy. Almost no one in Shanjing City was smiling. The passers-by were all in a hurry, with gloomy faces. The whole city was filled with an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard for people to breathe. Even though many days had passed, this kind of oppressive atmosphere was still increasing, day by day. Zhou Xiaoduo had an indescribable and complicated feeling for the Palace of Heroic Spirits. As long as they entered the Palace of Heroic Spirits, they wished they could stay there every day to be closer to the dead. They could feel their lives and souls being purified bit by bit. However, when they didn't go there, they were very afraid of going there. That was because the sourness, the disappointment, and the feeling of the world being empty were really uncomfortable. They even thought that they would never set foot in it again and never see the people they missed. That way, they would think that they were still alive, that if they didn't go there, they would miss it. If they went there, they would be sad. The negative emotions were increasing day by day. They couldn't get rid of them, so they simply ran out to relax. The situation of the battle between the Wu people and the Western sect has been reported. Li Qinglong said, "The battle is also unusually tragic. It doesn't seem to be a fake battle." Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. White Tiger Star of the Demon Clan was also annihilated. On the contrary, the Western religious sect gained the upper hand. It is said that they have captured millions of soldiers of the two clans. According to the information given to me by sect leader Tong Tian, this is the usual practice of the Western religious sect. They habitually convert the creatures of other clans, bring them into the Western religious sect, and turn them into their own force. In the past, it was like this in the investiture of God's cultivation tribulation and the journey to the West. Now, it is probably like this. Li Qinglong pondered and said, "But I think the Western sect is planning to leave." Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and said in surprise, "How did you come to such a conclusion?" "Boss Zhou, you only saw the Western sect's advantage in this battle. Why don't you think deeper? According to the intelligence, this battle should have been started by the Western sect in some way. And what they did after that could be said to have revealed their purpose. When the two sides fought, they took some advantage and left immediately. The reason why they risked defending both parties and provoked a huge battle. Their intention was definitely not to fight for hegemony. Instead, they wanted to withdraw and leave after getting some benefits. They could also use that to make up for the combat power of Chan School and Jie School. This move was very ruthless. After the battle, although the liches and demons are angry, they have to deal with the post-war affairs. If they want to take revenge, they won't do it now. This gap is the best time for the Western sect to withdraw, and it is also the last time. Li Qinglong said, "If we miss this opportunity, the liches and demons may join forces to fight against the Western sect. How can the Western sect withstand the attacks from two sides at the same time? Are you sure that the Western sect will give up the opportunity to clear the heavenly tribulation and become the protagonist of the world?" The reason is simple. The Wu people, the Demon Clan, the Human Clan, the Demon Clan, and even the Spirit Clan are all bloodline clans. But the Western sect is not. The Western sect is a sect. Since it is a sect, it needs to develop followers. And in a special environment like the ancestral land, disciples, especially those with high quality and high cultivation, who can do everything directly, are not easy to develop. I even suspect that the reason why the three pure ones left so quickly might be because of this. In the war between clans, you want to develop the backbone of the fighting clans as followers. It's easier said than done. Although the Western sect has kidnapped many liches and demons, as long as they haven't left the ancestral land, they can't convert these people. So, they must leave. Also, with the combat power of the sage, they can use this opportunity to break away from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What's more, once they leave this world, the two sages of the Western sect will be truly free. They can even find a planet with life and develop the entire planet into a Buddhist kingdom. Then, they can spread Buddhism to more universes. There will be no power to restrain them anymore. To be fair, if it were you, would you leave or not? So Xiaoduo immediately nodded. I understand. If it were me, I would leave too. So this time, they snatched a group of people from the two clans. Li Chenglong sighed. It is said that there are more than 8 million of them. There is no lack of high-level combat power. Zhou Xiaoduo's face twitched. Li Chenglong said, back then, during the Great God-Confirmant Tribulation, the feud between Jie School and the Western sect lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It is said that they only swept away 3,000 mortal guests. Now this wave of 8 million, although the quality is far inferior, the quantitative change is enough to trigger a qualitative change. Li Chenglong chuckled coldly. They're really generous. Moreover, after these people are taken away and leave this world, they will have a lot of time to collect and sort them out. In the future, they will be under the Western sect. There will no longer be a situation like Chan School and Jie School, where they have merit and belong to others, because the roots of this world have been broken. So, if it were you, wouldn't you do it? So Xiaoduo sighed dejectedly. If it were me, I would do the same. Moreover, I would only take away more people. Isn't that settled? Li Chenglong chuckled and said, but in order to avoid some unexpected situations, they still need to do something before they leave. Otherwise, there will be flaws in this matter. Seeing that you have the pearl of wisdom in your hand, you must know what else they want to do. I can't think of anything. Retreating now is already a huge advantage. They have achieved their greatest goal, and they have retreated unscathed. What else can they do? So Xiao was only feeling now was that Li Chenglong, yes, not only Li Chenglong, but these people who played tactics were all dirty. The only oversight now is not on the side of the Magi and demons. The simplest and most direct example is that the Western sect took away so many people from the Wu people and the demon race. But what if the Wu people or the demon race won in the end? In the end, which one of the Wu people or the demon race will become the only master of the ancestral land? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, if that's the case, then all the merits of those who were taken away from the ancestral land sovereign bloodline will still belong to the ancestral land's clan, because the other side has its roots. If I were the two sages of the Western sect, in order to eliminate this possibility, I would definitely find a way to cut off this root and this possibility. That is, the Western sect will leave and go out to conquer the world, but the Magi and the demon race won't be able to stay here. So, what we're going to do next is very likely to be a change that will greatly benefit the human race. Because only when the races other than the Magi and the demon race become the masters of this world, they can relax and expand their territory as much as they want without worrying about future troubles. Based on the current strength of all the races, the human race is the most likely to seize this benefit. Li Chenglong said, the only uncertainty now is that we don't know how far they will go, but I have no doubt that we will benefit from it. Zhou Xiaoduo was completely shocked. Damn it, how meticulous was his calculation? Wasn't it too sneaky? Swollen. Could your heart be any dirtier? Just wait and see. Li Chenglong glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo mysteriously. Zhou, if I'm right, you will soon have a big gift. A big gift? For me? Zhou Xiaoduo pointed at his own nose. Let's make a bet. If I'm wrong, all my IOUs will be doubled automatically. Li Chenglong said, if I'm right, all my debts will be written off. This is a fair bet, isn't it? You think too much. I never gamble. Zhou Xiaoduo very straightforwardly refused. How dare you trick me? Even if I don't believe the prediction of a military advisor, I won't bet with you. How dare you dream of writing off all your debts? You don't look good, but you're dreaming. Boring. You're really boring. Too ungentlemanly. You've wasted so much of my saliva for nothing. Li Chenglong was very disappointed. This was an excellent opportunity to be debt-free. How could he have missed it? Sigh, it couldn't be helped. Zhuo was such a person. Li Chenglong felt that he was more skillful than Zhou Xiaoduo when it came to scheming. This guy was definitely not as scheming as he was. However, there was a big advantage to this guy. Well, it might be the biggest disadvantage for debtors like Li Chenglong. That was, once something fell into his pocket, he would never take it out again. No matter how smart you were, how extravagant your words were, and how you had thousands of brilliant plans. So a Xiaoduo, who adhered to rules, would not be fooled. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning, he would not give you this 1 in 10,000 chance. He would only say, "You want to fucking cheat me? Your interest should be increased." Sure enough, you brat, you actually want to scam me. You should raise the interest a bit more. So Xiaoduo stared at Li Chenglong from the corner of his eyes. Li Chenglong was like a deflated ball. He sat down on the ground. His heart was dead, and he had nothing left to live for. As expected, my understanding of Baswa was deep to the bone. I guess that his words were 100% correct. Sure enough, it was the most unreasonable sentence. I analyzed for a long time, but in the end, I did not take advantage of him at all. Instead, I lost interest worth a few continents. If it was during the peaceful era, you would definitely become the richest man on the continent. However, you might be captured early and killed. Li Chenglong sighed. Faced with such a mischievous lone shark, even someone as ruthless as him was at his wit's end. Li Chenglong's guess was not only going on there. It was also going on in another place. In the Green Turing Palace, Fairy Yun Xiao, who had returned, gathered with the disciples of Jie School. The Grand Master of Heaven had already made all the preparations. At that instant, a cloud slowly descended from the sky. It was Zhuan Ti who had come together. Is Senior Brother Tong Tian here? The Grand Master of Heaven was puzzled. Why did the two of them come together? Are they trying to scare me? Could it be that they are here to fight? However, even if the two of you join forces, you can't do anything to me. Can't you be emboldened by numbers? What's the matter? The Grand Master of Heaven did not have a good expression. One of them spoke more than the other, but they were the same in their bones. The Grand Master of Heaven felt that he would definitely not be able to beat the two of them in terms of tricks. There's a great opportunity that I want to discuss with you, Senior Brother. What's the matter? Just say it. The Grand Master of Heaven became even more impolite. Fellow Taoist, are you leaving this world? Is everyone in Jie School fully prepared? Kundi's face was full of amiable smiles. What does it have to do with you? The Grand Master of Heaven was still not polite. Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, fellow Taoist, once you leave, you can only take the path ahead and turn back. May I ask if the karma here has been severed? You don't have to worry. It has naturally been severed. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. What are you trying to say? Hurry up and say it. You make it sound like I'm the only one who wants to leave. You just want to make more money before you leave. Otherwise, why would you come to me? Fellow Taoist, you are a discerning person. However, my suggestion is beneficial to the Western sect, but it is also beneficial to you. Since you and I are about to leave this world, why don't we arrange everything again? I don't have as many dirty thoughts as you. Tell me your true intentions. This place is still the ancestral land and our source. Although you and I are called saints, we are still connate life forms who grew up in the ancestral land. We always hope that this world can be better and that our luck will not be lost. I think that the human race should be the ruler of this continent in the future. What do you think, brother? What do you want to do? Although the human body seems weak and the physical strength is the worst of all the races, the human body is born with a Tao body. It is the easiest to enter the Tao and cultivate. Take you and I as examples. Didn't we cultivate in the human body and walk in the world? Zhuo Xiaoduo of the human race is young, but he has the appearance of a saint. Brother Tong Tian, you know that. So what? It's just that the karma is over. If we leave now, we might miss the opportunity. That's also my business. Zhuo Xiaoduo was tasked with collecting the descendants of the primordial gourd. I'm ashamed to say this. Back then, the mighty figures of the various heavens had a fortuitous encounter with the Hulugan, the primordial spiritual root of chaos before the creation of this world was divided among the various parties. The 7 gourds belonged to the Tao ancestor, the Grand Supreme, the primordial beginning, the Demon Emperor Dijun, the Empress Hua, Taoist Hong Yun, and Taoist Tong Tian. Tong Tian said sternly, "As far as I know, the reason why you didn't participate in the gourd competition was that you targeted the last 2 gourds that were not mature yet. You even set up many killing moves on them. If Swishaoduo did not break your arrangement intentionally or unintentionally, the last black and white gourds would have been in your pockets." Kundi's face flashed with embarrassment, but he still smiled amiably. Supernatural powers are not as good as fate. No matter how we planned, we still made a wedding dress for others. It's time, luck, and fate. However, Swishaoduo is indeed the son of fate. As far as I know, he has collected 7 gourds. There's still 2 gourds outside. The one in Emperor Nvua's palace is fine, but the last one is in the hands of the Taoist ancestor. I don't know when he can complete it. Tong Tian looked at him with a mocking gaze. Kundi, you're actually targeting the Taoist ancestor? No. Brother Tong Tian, you're too optimistic. This matter needs the cooperation of many parties to have a chance. Kundi still smiled. Since we're leaving, why don't we go together? Tong Tian frowned. Do you mean we have to add Emperor Nua? Not only that, if we can add the few people from the Fire Cloud Cave, the success rate will be the highest, Kundi said. Tong Tian calculated in his heart. Clearly, he was tempted by Kundi's words. Although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave did not have high combat power, each of them was a person of boundless merit. They were also the true ancestors of the human race. Did the Fire Cloud Cave look for you first this time? Tong Tian asked. No, Kundi said. I've looked for you previously, Jane said calmly. Kundi was stunned. Jane said, when I first returned, the 8 people of the Fire Cloud Cave had visited together. They said that if things could not be done, please leave 10 million people for the human race. As long as the human race was not extinct and could still reproduce, they were willing to accept the teachings of the Western sect. However, from the looks of it, this agreement is just a precautionary measure. It's completely different from the current situation. That's reasonable. They have also looked for me. After leaving my place, they should have visited the palace of Empress Hua. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave did not participate in the battle of the heavenly tribulation. They hoped that they could use themselves as a bargaining chip in exchange for the survival of the human race. Therefore, they have placed bets on you, me, and Her Majesty Emperor Nua. They have put in a lot of effort, as expected of the source of the human race. Zhuan Ti was silent. A look of admiration flashed across Zhuan Ti's face. Since the ancient times, the human race has always existed. However, from the beginning, they were as insignificant as ants. They kept becoming stronger. Their luck was different, but it was not only because they were born with a Tao body that made it easy for them to enter the Tao and cultivate. Do you know the reason behind this? Jane also let out a long sigh and asked his junior brother. Why? Zhuan Ti asked. It's because, no matter what crisis the human race encountered, all the ancient experts of the human race did not attack or even appear. It was the human race that managed to get through it. The more they persevered, the harder their bones were, and the stronger they were. Each generation was stronger than the previous generation. Naturally, their foundation was rich. If not for that, how could the human race be as prosperous as it is now? On the other hand, the demon race, the Azura race, the spirit race, the Wu people, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and so on, even the Western sect, Jia-in sighed softly. Every time a crisis comes, the people at the peak of the various races will always feel pity. Even the saints can't help but personally go down and try to salvage the decline of their race. This has also led to the fact that for countless years, no junior of the demon race can surpass Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Wang Tai. The same situation happened to the Azura race of the demon race. The demon race only has one fiend ancestor, and the Azura race only has one patriarch Nether River. No matter how talented the descendants are, they can't reach the heights of the 2 of them. As for the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin race, their situation is even worse. Not only did they not improve, but even their peak experts were regressing. Even in the Western sect, after so many years, the burden on our shoulders has never been put down. Because, in our opinion, there are some things that we have to do ourselves. Otherwise, the Western sect will suffer a great loss. This also leads to the fact that although the Western sect seems to have a lot of talents, none of them can really reach the level of the two of us. This is our mistake. But the human race is different. There is a huge difference between them. Even now, when the world is in danger, the ancestors of the human race still won't join the battle in person. They will only seek a way for the human race to reproduce and rise again in the dark, just like now. And for this way, they can even exchange their own immortal lives for the price. In exchange for a glimmer of hope that the human race can have a person who can turn the world upside down in the future. So the human race has no one to rely on, but there are still many powerhouses. It's the same this time. All the humans know that they have nothing to rely on. They can only rely on themselves. So they broke out. There is another race that is almost like the human race. They are the Wu people. For so many years, the Wu people, like the human race, have been striving to improve themselves. So, after the 12 Zhu Wu, the 12 great shamans were born again, and their providence was full again. If it weren't for the rescue of the ancestral sorcerer in the Demon Imperial Palace, I think that the current 12 great sorcerers would have transformed into new ancestral sorcerers, the 12 ancestral sorcerers. At that time, the Wu people will rise completely and become the new masters of the world. They will be invincible. It's a pity that the return of the 8 ancestral sorcerers destroyed the best opportunity for the sorcerer tribe to rise. Because the great shamans of the Wu people suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They feel that they have someone to rely on. And once they breathe a sigh of relief, no matter how the situation changes in the future, they will never be able to breathe again. This is the biggest mistake of the Wu people. Jean sighed. Since you asked whether the Fire Cloud Cave is looking for us, it means that you also see this point. Tong Tian nodded slowly. That's right. So, in the future, the people who will unify the continent and become the masters of all living things will definitely be the human race. This is the trend of the world, and it is the will of the heavens. This is also the reason why the providence of this clear heavenly tribulation comes back and forth. The clear heavenly tribulation has long been destined to eliminate us and the other races. Only the races that constantly strive to improve themselves are qualified to become the masters of the world and the eternal protagonists. You know why the heavenly Tao gave us the chance to transcend and leave? It is to prevent us from using our supernatural powers to go against the heavens. And after we leave, this continent will have a lot of potential, and even more things that are beyond our imagination will happen. Do you agree with me, Tong Tian? The Prime of Tong Tian took a deep breath and said, I agree. It was because he saw this future that Tong Tian wanted to leave this world after helpings with Xiaoduo that time and leave his cultivation behind. This was an investment in itself. Why did the people of the Fire Cloud Cave stay in the palace of Empress Hua for a long time? Because when the great world was destroyed, it was Her Majesty Empress Hua who mended the sky. Moreover, they could also persuade Her Majesty Empress Hua to come forward when the human race was about to be destroyed, hoping to preserve some seeds for the human race. They have indeed given up everything for the future of the human race. And we have also given up a lot for our respective sects and races for a long time. It can be said that we are on the same path but return differently. Our methods are different, so the results are naturally different. Therefore, after finding a new foothold, we will do the same in the future. Even if there are things that the younger generation can't solve, even if the sect suffers a great loss because of this, we will not come forward. Jie Yin's words were full of sighs. This was also Tong Tian's plan. However, the two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Whether it was Zhuan Ti, who took care of everything personally, or Tong Tian, who was super protective of his disciples, it wasn't very likely that he would be able to wash his hands of this matter completely. What should they do when their disciples were in danger? Should they save them or not? Should they really not save them? This would be a problem that would never be solved. Since that's the case, since the human race still doesn't know the fate of their race, why not? Before we leave, form another good karma and help them? Leave a memento. Jie-in smiled. What do you mean? You and I will go to Emperor Wa's palace together and invite Emperor Wa and the others to go with us. Perhaps the people of the Fire Cloud Cave will be willing to follow us and take care of each other. I think whether they know or not that Zhuo Xiaoduo is working hard to search for the Chaos Gourd, they will definitely be embarrassed to ask. However, we don't have to worry about that. We could just ask Emperor Wa for it. After leaving the starry sky of the ancestral land, the people of the Fire Cloud Cave and the others can go wherever they want. How about that? The Grand Master of Heaven narrowed his eyes and said, It's still the same question. What is your true intention? I just want to leave the Tao teachings behind before I leave. However, our Western sect doesn't have as much face as Taoist Brother Heaven Span. We don't even have any credibility. Jie-in smiled bitterly. So, I'm here to ask you for a favor today. The Grand Master of Heaven sneered and said, I think you want to take away the cultivators of the Wu people and the demon race, but you're worried about the backlash in the future. You're afraid and hesitant. That's why you want to destroy their hope of becoming the ruler in the ancestral land, right? Kunni's expression did not change. He said, Do you want either the Magi or the demon race to dominate this continent? The Grand Master of Heaven laughed. Kunni was right. According to the relationship between the Jie school and the human race, he naturally did not want Zhuo Xiaoduo's side to be defeated. Jie-in and Kunni's trip was an open conspiracy. It was an open conspiracy that only the Magi and the demon race were not good. In other words, the Grand Master of Heaven's original intention was no longer important. Whether he agreed or not could not change the outcome of this matter. If the Grand Master of Heaven did not agree, the two saints would go to Emperor Wa and do the same thing. Then, they would go to Zhuo Xiaoduo to repay the favor and then leave. However, in that case, the Grand Master of Heaven would be worried. The two of them came here today and talked to this point. The Grand Master of Heaven asked himself if he really had any better choice, because he could not let the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave follow the Western sect. In that case, he would leave as soon as he said so. The 3 big shots had already left the Aquamarine Palace in a flash. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in front of Emperor Wa's palace. Their trip was naturally very smooth. Her Majesty Empress Wa seemed to be waiting for their arrival. Before he even made a request, Emperor Wa took out her 10,000 demons gourd with a smile and handed it to the Grand Master of Heaven. Please send someone to send this over. I hope that it can end the karma of that day and fulfill the wish of the old gourd's family to reunite. Your Majesty seems to know that we're coming. Of course. What's your plan, Your Majesty? The clear heavenly tribulation is our only chance to escape the heavenly Tao. It will not come again. I believe Your Majesty has your own considerations, right? Of course there are considerations. Speaking of which, it's a pity. If we knew that we were going to wander the starry sky, we would be free. Why do we have to come back? Divine powers are indeed not as good as fate. No, if we don't come back, how would we know that freedom is right in front of us? Fate is on our side now. Fellow Taoist, you're right. May I ask what your plan is, Your Majesty? When the time comes, I'll go on my own. I'll just travel with the fellow Taoists of the Fire Cloud Cave. Your Majesty, don't you want to consider traveling with the demons? Or with Jie school? Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. You and I are free this time, and going to the universe's starry sky is an opportunity to seek a longer great Tao. You and I each have our own Tao. If we travel together, wouldn't we have doubts and worry about our own understanding? Your Majesty is right. Although we're leaving, we have some thoughts. We want to leave our Tao teachings in the ancestral land. If Your Majesty has any thoughts, why don't you? I don't have to leave my Tao teachings. Emperor Wa smiled gently. I was going to leave a few days ago. However, because of this gourd, I knew that you would come and take it. That's why I delayed for a few days. Now that the karma is settled and our mortal ties are over, it's time for us to set off. Emperor Xin Yuan and the others stood up with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they were all ready to leave the ancestral land. Everyone, is carefree and farsighted. The human race is showing signs of rising now, and all of you have contributed greatly to it. However, the golden age is coming. The day when the human race dominates the ancestral land and becomes the protagonist of the universe is not far away. Wouldn't it be a pity if we leave just like this and don't witness it with our own eyes? Kundi said enviously. Fellow Taoist, you flatter us. For the human race, we're not important anymore if we stay. We're satisfied that we can see the human race prosper in this lifetime. If we stay, we'll just be shamelessly accepting the merit from incense offerings. Instead, we'll weaken the human race's destiny. Let's go. Our descendants will have their own blessings. From now on, we'll truly feel both physically and mentally happy and relaxed. Have a safe journey. Peace. Under the gazes of Tong Tian and the others, Emperor Hua and the 8 elders quietly traveled through the air with a few disciples and disappeared in an instant. Tong Tian looked in the direction in which they left. Zhuo Ran stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression bleak. Fellow Taoist? Next. You guys go. Tong Tian only felt unprecedentedly complicated. He turned and left directly. The fetters of the mortal world are deep. Why bother thinking about it? I won't wait any longer. I'll leave now. The two of you, from now on, there will be no more karmic consequences. Take care. Fellow Taoist, take care. We'll meet again in the future. Don't. I don't want to meet you again. Tong Tian left in a flash. In the starry sky, only Zhuoti and Jie-in were left. Go. Zhuoti sighed and said, don't go too far. Okay. When you come back, we'll leave immediately. Okay. The two white clouds separated. One leisurely headed west, the other east. So Xiaoduo walked out of the conference room with a gloomy face, scratching the back of his head. These days, Xiaoduo had been having meetings every day and studying here and there. Finally, he fell asleep in the conference room that the moment he started snoring, Zhuo Chonglu slapped him. Get out! Zhuo Chonglu's face was full of anger. Yu Xingqian's face was full of envy, and his eyes were full of sadness. Previously, during the high-level meeting, only his son Yu Dongtian was snoring in the conference room. Then he slapped him out. Now, there was another person snoring in the conference room, but this person was not Yu Dongtian, Nan Zhengxian, Dongfang Xingyang, Yin Zhonghu, and the others looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was scratching his head and walking out dejectedly. Their eyes were full of reminiscence and sadness. Bai Yunhua's tears rolled down her cheeks. This scene was so familiar. Yin Zhonghu stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo's back in a daze, as if he saw his brother Yu Er. He quietly lowered his head and wiped his eyes. He only felt endless bitterness in his heart. Brother Yu Er, I miss you so much. How I wish you would push the blame to me again, and I would fight with you and argue with you again. It turns out that there's a day when a scapegoat can't get what you want. Zhuo Xiaoduo obediently rolled out. So Xiaoduo really couldn't be blamed for sleeping during the meeting. How could he be blamed for fighting between his upper and lower eyelids? Besides, when did he have anything to do with the meeting? From the beginning to the end, he just sat there and did nothing. Then at the end, when the task was assigned, he would ask, so what are you doing? Why do you think I'm wasting a few hours of my time? Why didn't you just tell me when the meeting was over? Meetings are purely a waste of money and manpower. So Xiaoduo complained in his heart. Formalism. However, this sentence could not be said out loud. Bored to death, he went to the entrance of the military headquarters and sat on the steps to look at the female soldiers. His face was serious, and his eyes were rolling back and forth. He really didn't have any thoughts about these beauties, but this didn't stop him from admiring the beautiful scenery. No wonder there are so many female generals and soldiers in the military headquarters. Sure enough, walking around is a natural scenery. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly sat up straight, because a female general who weighed more than 150 kilograms walked over. So Xiaoduo instantly entered a cultivation posture and closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't afford to offend her. This female general had reached the peak of the Tao integration stage and was only one step away from the primordial chaos. It could be said that if she wanted to remodel her body, it wouldn't be difficult for her to become a 17 or 18-year-old beauty. However, she didn't have the slightest intention of doing so. It is said that this General Lu Mimi once rejected the pursuit of Nan Zhengxian's Uncle Nan. Zhou Xiaoduo broke out in a cold sweat for Nan Zhengxian. Uncle Nan, fortunately, she rejected you back then. Otherwise, you would be now. I suddenly thought of a very strange question. Uncle Nan, your aesthetic standards when you were young. Ouch! So Xiaoduo shuddered, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. He scratched his head twice with his hands. At this moment, there was no alarm or abnormality. So Xiaoduo felt something and looked up. He saw a white-robed Taoist appear out of thin air at the door. He was tall and straight and had a handsome face. He walked toward him calmly with a smile on his face. Duo Rilai, you are indeed charming and handsome. The white-robed Taoist was full of smiles and spoke softly. It was extremely pleasant to hear. Zhou Xiaoduo instantly glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I will sue you for slander and let you know the sharpness of the law. Here Zhou Xiaoduo in the law. You have to watch your words. Take a day off tomorrow to organize my thoughts. He thought about how to start the war. I can't make up my mind. Chapter 1422. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo had seen such an otherworldly and handsome person before, and it was unforgettable. Well, especially for this person, he dared not forget. The last time they met was at the Purple Cloud Palace. The person who came was Saint Juanti. What made Zhou Xiaoduo feel strange was, how did he know that he used to be called Duo Rilai? It seemed that he had only mentioned a few times to Li Chenglong and the others about how he had turned into Amitabha and caused a ruckus in the demon forest. Moreover, he had only mentioned it briefly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had not mentioned it in detail. But he did not know that he did not take it seriously, but someone else did. The story that he turned into Duo Rilai and made a scene in the demon forest to rescue Zhan Xuejuan was something that Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan always talked about. They would talk about it from time to time, and so far, it had spread to many people. In particular, Zhan Xuejuan was grateful to Zhou Xiaoduo and felt that she could not repay him. At that time, although Zhou Xiaoduo's personal strength was not ordinary, in the environment and atmosphere at that time, the level of the enemy's strength was disproportionate. But he still took action without hesitation and rescued her from the base camp of the demon tribe. Although there was the intervention of the demon ancestor, Lei, Changtian, Bing Ming, and other great sorcerers, that was later. Without Zhou Xiaoduo's strong intervention, Zhan Xuejuan knew that she would have died long ago, and maybe she would have died with her soul scattered and her divine soul destroyed. At that time, it was a shocking and incomprehensible operation. After all, according to the situation before Zhou Xiaoduo took action at that time, it was simply suicide. But Zhou Xiaoduo still did it, and he did it resolutely. Therefore, the person that Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan admired and appreciated the most was Zhou Xiaoduo. She had long liked Xiang Chong, and Zhou Xiaoduo had his Zhou Xiaoyan. Otherwise, she would have repaid him with her body. Probably because of this, sometimes when Zhan Xuejuan could not control her demonic nature, Zhou Xiaoduo could stop it with a look. And this was unique. Only Zhou Xiaoduo could do it. Even Xiang Chong, who had become her husband, could not do it. But she did not have to worry about Xiang Chong's jealousy. Since the return of Zhan Xuejuan, Xiang Chong had become Zhou Xiaoduo. If Zhou Xiaoduo fought with his sister, Xiang Bing, and brother-in-law, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong would not even think about it. He would stand on Zhou Xiaoduo's side without any hesitation. It must be your fault to have a quarrel with Zhou. Under the couple's intentional efforts to spread the news, Zhou Xiaoduo's glorious deeds had spread throughout Star Soul Realm. Everyone knew about him, and he was praised by everyone. It was as though he was no longer in the martial arts world, but the martial arts world still had his legend, and Duo Rilai's name became popular, almost surpassing that of Iron Fist Young Master. Therefore, it was not rare for Zhou Xiaoduo's name to be known by Junie. Saint Juanti, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with the Western sect. I have a family and a wife. I can't be happy without meat. I'm greedy for flowers and lust. My 6 roots are not clean. The 4 elements are not empty. The 3 poisons of greed, anger, and infatuation always linger in my heart. So Xiaoduo gave a long speech. Every word he said was about the fact that he was not fated to be with Buddha. The amiable look on Junti's face deepened. Benefactor's words are profound. Every word and sentence of yours touches the key points of our Buddhism sect. If you don't have a deep understanding of our Buddhism sect, how can you be like this? It seems that you have reached a very high level of being unaffected by the wind and untainted by troubles. Sure enough, there's only a wrong name, not a proper nickname. Amit Baharulai deserves his reputation, and his reputation is well-deserved. Can you not mention these words? My head hurts. Haha, this humble Taoist is here to give you a big gift and form a good relationship with you. Junti smiled. Give me a big gift? Build good karma? Xiaoduo was thinking about one thing now. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't bet with Swollen. Otherwise, this guy would really be free of debt. He had to remember this. In the future, he would never bet with Swollen, no matter how high his chances of winning were. He had to take this as a warning. Betting with someone with a heart was not a bet. It was asking to lose and making himself uncomfortable. What kind of big gift is it? How embarrassing it is for you to send in person. Upon hearing that he was here to send a gift, Xiaoduo immediately became polite. You can just send someone to send it. Junti could not help but smile bitterly. He had lived for countless years and naturally had seen many amazing people. However, there were not many people who were so casual and lazy in front of him, like Xiaoduo. The kid's eyes lit up as he asked, I wonder what good stuff it is? It must be something that can make you come in person. It must be something fantastic, right? Of course it's not an ordinary thing. Junti smiled and said, After today, I will leave this world. However, before I leave, I still want to build good karma with you. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and stretched out his white fingers slowly. The moment the fingers opened, Xiaoduo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the Crown Prince Academy, that chaotic world that when the Wahuang sword suddenly flew out. In the middle of the way, a white finger stretched out, as well as half a on me. He suddenly understood. He blurted out, So, it's you? Junti's fingers had been completely opened, revealing a small and exquisite gourd inside, emitting a soft light. Xiaoduo snatched it and could not put it down. This gourd is really beautiful. Whether it's worth or not is another matter. Just its appearance has conquered me. Before he finished speaking, he had already put it into the Tower of Destruction. Junti was speechless. Although it was unexpected and unexpected, how could this brat snatch it so quickly that I didn't even have time to react? Yes, I really didn't react just now. Junti had never thought that the ruthless person who often talked about the treasure being fated with the Western sect would have it snatched from his hands in the end. I've been entrusted by Her Majesty, Emperor Enviwa, to deliver this demon-gathering gourd to you. Junti did not seem to be offended at all. He did not seem to feel embarrassed. At least, that was what he looked like on the surface. This is a token of Her Majesty, Emperor Enviwa. Xiaoduo nodded and said respectfully, Thank you, Your Majesty. I, Xiaoduo, will never forget your kindness. After saying that, he rubbed his hands and said to Junti with an embarrassed expression, I've troubled you to deliver Her Majesty's token of appreciation. Ahem. Then, where's your own token of appreciation? Junti immediately broke down and was stunned on the spot. This guy was really impolite. Moreover, he had an unbridled feeling of disrespect towards him. This strange atmosphere made Junti feel very strange. No matter what, he was one of the 6 Khanate saints. And this time, he had said that he was here to deliver good things to him and form good karma. Why did this kid treat him like this? Thinking of this, he asked with a smile, Little friend, do you have any misunderstanding about me? Misunderstanding? No, Xiaoduo said lightly. But senior, you still owe us an explanation. It's true. Junti was going to leave after today. Xiaoduo did not avoid it. If he beat around the bush, he would have left. What else could he do? He went straight to the point. After the battle a day ago, Zhuo defeated the joint forces of the three clan leaders. His confidence was unprecedentedly high. He also knew that Zhuanti had fallen from the position of saint because of the past. If he did not ask for an explanation now, when would he? Oh, explanation? May I ask what explanation? The seventh prince of the demon emperor, Yi Qiong, was Xiaoduo reminded. He has lived 2 lives. Now he's my son. As the saying goes, the son pays the father's debts, and vice versa. I see. Zhuandi was stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, in that case, there really is some karma. What kind of person was Zhuandi? Now that he had seen through Zhuo, he understood why Zhuo had such an attitude towards him. I see that after pondering for a moment, he took out a ring and said, this is a little essence of the true fire of the great path that I accidentally obtained many years ago. I'll give it to the seventh prince to express my sincerity. Zhuo was stunned. So straightforward. I thought you were going to explain. Zhuo had found out a lot about Taoist Zhuanti's past achievement from sect master Tang Tian and demon emperor Dongwang. He had been on guard, but he did not expect Saint Zhuanti to be so easy to talk to today. Zhuanti looked calm. Although the original plan is useless, there are consequences. Who is right and who is wrong? How can a few words explain it? The so-called explanation is just sophistry. Since I've done it, I'll admit it. Buddha is indeed open-minded and has a superhuman temperament. Little Zhuo has learned a lot. I came here today because I have something on my mind. He held the 9th grade golden lotus in his hand and looked at it with some reluctance. He said, the karma of that mosquito belongs to you. The 3rd grade golden lotus that was lost back then must have fallen into your hands. The 12th grade golden lotus must see the light of day again. Since it can't be perfected in my hands, it's better to help you and make it perfect. Hearing this, Zhuo could not help but sigh at Zhuanti's generosity. This was a Khanate treasure, the 12th grade golden lotus of merit. He gave it away just like that. Zhuo knew that he could not do this. It was indeed the work of an expert. It was unfathomable and unexpected. Senior, since you know that the 3rd grade golden lotus is in my hands, why? Zhuo asked. He did not say a word. Why don't you snatch it? Zhuanti could not help but laugh. As the saying goes, the sky is 9 feet high and a swallow plucks its feathers. How can you take it out when it's in your hands? It's still the same sentence. People's names are often wrong, but their nicknames are rarely wrong. Zhuo's face immediately darkened. You're making me very unhappy. Am I that kind of person? Even if I am that kind of person, is it suitable to say such words in person? Senior, since you sent me such a dreamy treasure before you left, you must have a purpose. Even if it's a good fate, you should be looking forward to it. You're a discerning person. You hit the nail on the head. Zhuanti smiled kindly. I just want to ask you to leave behind the inheritance of the Tao manuals for the Western sect. He smiled meaningfully and said, it's good to be like fellow Taoist Tang Tian, but I don't dare to ask for it. Zhuo scratched his head and thought for a while. It did not seem to be a big deal. Besides, the Western sect's method was also very beneficial for educating the world. At the very least, it could comfort people's hearts. Is that so? No problem. Zhuo agreed without hesitation. Zhuanti was overjoyed and said with a smile, thank you, young friend. Thank you for your trouble. As he spoke, he took out a space ring and said solemnly, this is the inheritance of the Western sect. There is the inheritance of the protectors, the inheritance of Taoism, and the inheritance of Buddhism. I'll leave it to you. Speaking of which, when Senior Tang Tian handed over the inheritance of the GS school, he only told me to scatter it at will and seal it everywhere in the world, waiting for fate. Since the sect master said that the inheritance of the GS school is like the inheritance of the GS school, then the inheritance of your sect has to be done in the same way. I have a lot of things to do. I don't have the time, energy, or time to find a successor for you. Zhuo immediately distanced himself from the matter. Zhuo was unique in that he did not do anything even though he had received benefits. Ordinary people would not be as shameless as him. Of course, Junti did not mind and said, "It should be so. Only the fated person can obtain the inheritance of my sect. Those who are not fated will not know each other and return empty-handed from the treasure mountain." Saint Junti, aren't you afraid that no one can find what I hide for you? Won't it be a waste of effort? I have nothing to begin with. How can I be disappointed? As long as there is hope, it's fine. Junti's face was full of kindness. He raised one hand and bowed with his palms together. "Little friend, the galaxy is vast and the universe is boundless. In the future, we will meet in the starry sky." Swishaoduo also said seriously, "I wish you a safe journey and an unobstructed path." Junti smiled slightly. His body did not move, but he had already turned into starlight that filled the sky. Swishaoduo heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was as Li Chenglong had expected. He left after giving the benefits. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that a few people seemed to appear in front of him with a smile. They were Duo Bao, Yun Xiao, Gui Ling, and the others. They smiled and waved at the same time. "Junior brother Xiao Duo, let's meet in the starry sky. In this world, the human race will dominate the world. We will wait for you to transcend." Swishaoduo smiled sincerely. "There will definitely be a day when we meet again. As long as I settle the matters here, I will look for you. I haven't had the time to get to know many fellow Taoists of GS School. Wouldn't it be a pity?" The three of them laughed and disappeared from Xiaoduo's mind. In the distance, a sword aura suddenly soared into the sky. It did not escape quietly. Instead, it tore through the sky with earth-shattering might. That was also a unique way of bidding farewell that belonged to the Grandmaster of Heaven. In the entire East Ocean, Penglai Island and Golden Ao Island had also disappeared, leaving only the dreamy legend of Penglai Immortal Island that at the right time, the waves roared and surged into the sky. That was also the Grandmaster of Heaven's farewell to the world in Swishaoduo. He left in an earth-shattering way. In the next moment, seven-colored light flickered on the western sect side. The entire continent shook. The merciful Buddha's Buddhist chant echoed in the hearts of everyone on the continent. A sense of mercy spread throughout the world. The seven-colored light that was unique to the western sect grew brighter and brighter. After a long time, it disappeared. Zhuge Chonglu and the others, who were in the middle of a meeting, also felt the shock. They all went out to look and witness the two waves of unprecedented grandeur. All the peak-level masters were shocked by the grand scene in front of them. At the same time, they also felt the sense of farewell. The GS School and the Western sect have even uprooted their foundations. This is a complete separation from the ancestral land. Zhuge Chonglu's eyes were solemn, and his face was a little strange and complicated. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The two saints of the Western sect had put too much pressure on everyone. The Western sect had many experts, and they had the advantage in numbers. Now that they had left, everyone felt that they had gotten rid of their biggest enemy. The departure of the Grandmaster of Heaven led the GS School, made everyone feel disappointed. After all, the GS School was the most reliable ally of the human race. They rarely had conflicts of interest. They only had goodwill towards each other. That Wu people, Gonggong Zhu Wu and Dijiang Zhu Wu, both looked at the void with complicated expressions. The GS School has left, and so has the Western sect. They are really free and easy. Gonggong's words revealed a rare hint of envy. The world has become much quieter. Dijiang sighed. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. Tian Wu Zhu Wu sneered and said, "They're just three cowards. They're afraid of being tied down by the Tao ancestor again. For freedom, they ran away without caring about anything." A light voice came. It was ancestral, which Xianming, hee, at least people have the qualifications to be afraid. They're doing it openly. Your seemingly heroic and sour words, but in your bones, you don't even have the qualifications to be afraid. How can you have the nerve to say it? Only sages have the right to be afraid, and only sages have the right to pursue freedom. Brother Tian Wu, no matter how sour you are, it doesn't mean anything. Tian Wu had already turned around with a dark expression. Xianming, you're speaking so happily. Could it be that you've advanced to the rank of a sage? Xianming Zhu Wu spread his hands and said, No, so I didn't say anything sour. You're not as good as them. What's wrong with admitting it? You're not as good as them. Do you think you can compare with them just because you are jealous? Ha ha. I'll kill you. Tian Wu Zhu Wu jumped up. Xianming Zhu Wu didn't want to be outdone. He fought back fiercely. The two Zhu Wu fought fiercely. Instantly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Everything was devastated. Boom, boom, boom. Dijiang and Gong had a headache. Wu people were already suffering from internal and external troubles. There were many differences between them. However, there were two people who specialized in slandering their own people. This made the situation even more troublesome. That's right, there were two of them. Before they came out, no one thought that there would be someone who could rival Xianming Zhu Wu's mouth. After all, everyone thought that. Xianming's mouth was already a strange existence that appeared once in a billion years. He would say whatever he wanted to say. When he faced the enemy, he didn't think that his mouth was so sharp, let alone that he could talk so much. But when he faced his own people, his mouth was simply a cheat. What the seven Zhu Wu didn't expect was that after they got out, they found that there was another one outside. Not only did he also argue with the sky, the earth, and the air, but he wasn't afraid of being beaten. The most important thing was, that guy was actually a direct descendant of Xianming Zhu Wu. This made Dijiang and the other seven Zhu Wu's eyeballs almost fall out. Every time they met, it was really pleasing to the eye. Xianming Zhu Wu was dressed in snow-white clothes. His face was cold, and he kept people thousands of miles away. He was really as pure as ice and as cold as jade. It was lonely at the top. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of few words. The ice nether which was dressed in white, and she was colder than frost and snow. Her face was full of arrogance. Anyone who got close to her would feel cold. She really sealed the world with ice, and the cold air was awe-inspiring. No matter how one looked at her, she was a man of few words. When the two of them stood together, it was simply a double beautiful scenery. They were handsome, they were tall and straight, and they were dressed in white, without a speck of dust. So good, so pleasing to the eye. But how did these two guys grow a mouth? Just a mouth? Don't mention it, don't mention it. It's all tears. The Jie sect and the Western sect have already left. This also means that the war is about to break out. Once it breaks out, it will be the end. Gong Zhu Wu said softly, Dijiang, we have to be prepared. Dijiang said, I want to know, what are your plans? The Wu people. It's not realistic if they want to follow the Jie sect and the Western sect and wander the universe. We don't have so many treasures, and we can't take so many people with us. Gong sighed and said, even if we do our best, we can only take a small number of people with us. However, the Wu people now have a population of 10 billion, which is even more than when the Wu people were at their peak. At that time, when the ruler is determined, the heavenly Tao will punish us. I'm afraid that these 10 billion people will all die. But what can we do? Dijiang was silent. Although it's ungrateful to start a war with the humans, we can only fight for a slim chance of survival under the calamity. We can't give up these 10 billion lives no matter what. The few ancestral sorcerers fell silent. On the other side, the flood witch, it didn't feel right to call her Zhu Wu, stood with her hands behind her back. She was also asking herself, in the war for the survival of all races, although some races were destroyed, some races left, and everyone had their own opportunities. The final battle with the humans was getting closer and closer, and there was no way to avoid it. The flood stood on top of the mountain, looking down at the land of the Umno Alliance and the smoke rising from the chimneys. She was overwhelmed with emotions. What should I do? What should I do? On the other side, Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huangtai of the demon race were also silently sitting opposite each other. The two brothers had been sitting like this for a while, and they were thinking about the same thing as the few Zhu Wu. The Western sect left and withdrew from the conflict. Now, only the humans, the monsters, and the Wu people were qualified to compete for the position of the ruler. As for the demons, they didn't even consider it, let alone the spirits. What should they do? The two emperors wouldn't hesitate to fight the Wu people, even if they had to kill all of them. But for the humans, for Zhou Chonglu and Zhou Xiaoduo, that whether they could defeat them or not was secondary. The key was whether they could bear to do it. Demon Emperor Dijuan sighed melancholically. But this matter had to be done. What should he do? Zhou Xiaoduo, who already had 8 gourds in his hand, was now rich to a certain extent. Fate points were like the sea and the tide. Countless natural treasures and spatial treasures entered the world of the Tower of Annihilation, one mountain after another, and were decomposed in the world of the Tower of Annihilation. All the fate points obtained from defeating the foreign races were transported into the space by Xiaolong. Now, the Tower of Annihilation had been completely stabilized. The Taiji diagram separated a part of its spirit and merged into the space. It was called, I have to make a great contribution in every world. So Xiaoduo knew very well that this guy felt that there was no place for him to be used after coming out, so he was trying to find a sense of existence for himself. However, after the Taiji diagram separated a part of its spirit and merged into the Tower of Annihilation, the Tower of Annihilation was completely completed. Moreover, it directly formed a vast universe. So Xiaoduo scattered the 12th grade golden lotus, and most of it turned into the stars in the sky. After a discussion, the 8 gourds also separated a part of the sea of vitality, which was refined by the Taiji diagram and merged into the stars, further forming a small universe. Xiao had already become the scorching sun in the sky. The unparalleled sense of achievement made the 7th prince extremely excited. Now, the space of the Tower of Annihilation hadn't been fully formed, so this sun was playing happily in the sky. One second, the sun rose from the east, and the next second, the sun set in the west. He was dancing in circles in the sky, as happy as a stray dog that had let go of its leash. Of course, when Zhou Xiaoduo needed it, Xiao could instantly turn from the sun in the Tower of Annihilation to the killing god on the battlefield. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care about him. Next, when Xiao broke through to the peak of the grand heavenly realm, he would cut out a clone from his body, and that clone would naturally be treated as the moon. Zhou Xiaoduo moved a lot of the mountain peaks where the dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants were. As the Tower of Annihilation had been completely stabilized, the need for the Astral Soul's jade powder had completely disappeared. Next, it was the complete land. What Zhou Xiaoduo needed to do was to continuously strengthen the foundation of this land. After a period of strengthening, he would be able to move or directly create the will of heaven and earth inside. At that time, the sky would be infinitely high, and the earth would be infinitely deep. Of course, it was still too early to talk about that now. During this time, the Huahuang sword was full of spirit and energy, and it had made another breakthrough to become a true divine weapon. His murderous aura, sharp aura, and destructive aura, the coexistence of various attributes was suitable for the tribulation lightning of the future world. The sword spirit of the Huahuang sword would also become an existence similar to the Tao ancestor of the origin world. The Huahuang sword was extremely satisfied with this arrangement. Xiaolong hadn't reached his limit yet. In the future, his fate dragon would transform into the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. It would be illusory, but real. When the world was fully formed, it would evolve into all the great Taos it wanted to evolve. For example, the origin world was the 3,000 great Taos evolved from the creation J disk. At that time, no one knew how many great Tao Xiaolong would evolve. Zhou Xiaoduo buried the Grandmaster of Heaven's inheritance and the inheritances that were to be handed over to him in advance. He also sealed all the inheritance jade slips that he had collected during this time and scattered them. Whether you can see the light of day again depends on your own fortune. So Xiaoduo thought to himself. This was because he clearly knew that when the world was completely formed, it would inevitably be turned upside down. At that time, the destructive power would be immeasurable, and some of these jade slips would definitely be damaged. In the end, How many of them could be preserved would depend on fate. This will be a chaotic world. I won't make any rules for this world. Everything will wait for the latecomers to make their own rules. Zhuo did not want to use his brain at all. Not only did he not care about the rules of this world, but he also did not care about the rules of the heavenly Tao. Xiaolong, Huang's sword, and Xiao, you could discuss it. I won't be responsible for anything. As for his inheritances, Nian Cat's, Li Qinglong's, and so on, Zhuo did not put them into the space-destroying tower. Because this space was created by him, his inheritances were naturally invincible in it. Whether it was the Huang sword or Xiaolong, he would deliberately protect them. So Xiaoduo thought for a long time, but still gave up. Let all creatures compete for freedom in this frosty world. Who will rise and fall is the inevitable result of the law of the jungle. Fair enough. So Xiaoduo could feel that his cultivation was about to reach the limit of this world. Perhaps the moment he broke through would be the time when this space was completely formed. Or perhaps it would need the final integration of the creation J disk. So Xiaoduo did not let anyone interfere with the arrangement of this space. Not even Zhuo Xiaoyan. He knew very well what he was doing. However, he didn't know what it would mean after he completed this world. During this time, with the departure of the three pure ones, the two sages of the West, Empress Hua, and the other sages, peace seemed to be slowly restored. And the integration of the heavenly Tao seemed to be speeding up. The 9 great heavenly Tao gradually showed signs of unification. Ordinary people could not feel anything, but in the hearts of cultivators above the zenith heaven level, they could vaguely feel that something was going to happen. As if something was slowly awakening. The upper echelons of the various races were a loss. They were all pulling at their hair. Conscience, morality, affection, friendship passed. All of these were tying each other down. It seemed that the Wu people and the demon race were too embarrassed to attack each other. But whether it was the Wu people, the demon race, or the human race, they were all sending all their combat power to the front line. Some things had to be done. Chapter 1423. Originally, the flood which would come to the astral soul's continent every once in a while. She would drink and chat. She would talk about her troubles and helplessness. She would burn incense for the king of the right and other heroes who died in the siege. Another thing was to spar with Xiaoduo and experience the so-called higher level of atmosphere and battle prowess. After all, although he was still some distance away from that level, it was not unattainable. In the entire shaman tribe, he was the one with the greatest hope of reaching that level. Practicing with Xiaoduo was the Flood Witch's favorite thing to do. They were evenly matched. After a long time, Xiaoduo had a slight advantage. The Flood Witch always learned a lot from Xiaoduo, but she wouldn't come for a while. First of all, she didn't know what to say. Could she say something like, "Let's have a life-and-death battle in a few days"? Second of all, she didn't have the face to come. She didn't have the face to practice with Xiaoduo. As a father, a godfather was still a father. The Flood Witch's relationship with Xiaoduo was just that they were not related by blood. As a godfather, she didn't know how to avoid suspicion when she was about to fight with her godson's clan. Instead, she wanted to use her godson to improve her personal ability. The Flood, which was not a shameless person like the Deep Ice Witch. She really couldn't do that. It was not a pleasant thing to talk about. One day, the Flood Witch suddenly had an idea. What would happen if, after the heavenly tribulation, there were still several clans coexisting without a ruler being decided? Could it be that the existence beyond the heavenly Tao could wipe out the entire continent? Besides, it seemed that no one stipulated how long it would take for the clear heavens tribulation to end. In terms of protracted battles, the Flood Witch thought that she was the best in the ancestors' land. No one could compare with her. Even Zhuo Chonglu, Yu Xingxin, and Thunder Taoist were much worse. They were either latecomers or mediocre people. No one could be compared with the Flood Witch. At the moment of enlightenment, the Flood Witch felt that she seemed to have grasped the key point. She couldn't help looking up at the sky. She combined the Qi observation technique and the star observation technique to think about the feasibility of this. At the same time, Demon Emperor Dijun was also thinking about this possibility that based on the current situation, among the original 9 clans, the ancient god clan had passed away. Azura's strength had been destroyed in the previous battle, and it was difficult for them to do anything. The Spirit clan had always been the weakest among all the clans. Although the Demon clan was brave, they lacked strategies and tactics. The Demon Ancestor also lacked a view of the overall situation. As long as the fighters had enough strength to restrain the Demon Ancestor, destroying the Demon clan would be a piece of cake. It was impossible for them to dominate the Ancestor's land. Now, with the confirmation of the Western religious sect's departure, the Tao League had merged with the Astral Souls. The top forces were only left with the Astral Souls, the Witch clan, and the Demon clan. Who would have thought that the Human clan, which had been a foil and advancing desperately for tens of thousands of years, would become one of the clans that finally competed for the world's dominator? Moreover, their strength was not inferior to the Witch clan and the Demon clan. Although there were only 3 clans competing for supremacy, the strength of the 3 clans was unprecedentedly strong. With the 8 Zhu Wu in charge, the Wu people generally believed that they would win this battle. The only thing they needed to consider was, how could they kill their former allies or benefactors? This couldn't be justified. They had seen the notes. Zhuo Changlu had helped them a lot, that it didn't seem right to repay kindness with enmity. As for the Demon clan, the Demon clan had similar thoughts. Demon Emperor Dijun, Dong Wang, Tai, and even Demon Master Kuanping were full of confidence. Everyone felt that the Demon clan would win this battle, no matter if it was against the Human clan or the Wu people. We are so invincible. So what if it's the 8 Zhu Wu? Didn't we suppress them in the past? If we can suppress you once, we can suppress you again. The rest of the Wu people's descendants are just mediocre. What's there to be afraid of? At the same time, there was another thing to consider. Zhuo Xiaoduo had done a favor for the Demon Emperor's bloodline. He saved the Demon Crown Prince, and now we have to turn around and stab him, directly kill him? Even if their standpoints were different, there would be a battle or something. This matter was easy to talk about and unpleasant to hear. As for the Human clan, there was no need to talk about the Human clan. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Lei Changtian, Yu Xingqin, Yin Zhonghu, Bai Yunduo, Qin Sha, Sword King, and Zhuo Xiaoduo were not enough for the entire team. There was also Nan Zhengxian, Dongfang Xingyang, and the others. Everyone's strength had increased unprecedentedly. After the Battle of the 10 Directions siege, the Demon Ancestor's strength had increased. All the high-level cultivators who survived this battle had achieved breakthroughs in their strength. Everyone felt that. The Human clan's strength was unparalleled in the world. His martial prowess had never been seen before. The unprecedented victory in the siege gave them unprecedented confidence, unprecedented morale, and unprecedented, insufferably arrogant and condescending. However, the Human clan's confidence was not blind. Just by listing out the data of their strength, one could prove that this confidence was not baseless. Now, the Human clan's demi-saint combat strength was Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaoduo, and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Among them, Zhuo Xiaoduo was the strongest. His actual combat strength was beyond imagination. After all, he was the man who killed 3 leaders in one battle. To say that his combat strength was comparable to that of a saint might be an exaggeration, but it was not unbelievable. As for the combat strength of a half-saint, this was a little awkward. Currently, there was only Li Chenglong, and he did not even have the combat strength of a demi-saint. However, there were many peak-stage grand heavenly immortals below them. If not for the entire team, there were also veteran experts like the Arch. For example, Yu Xingqin, Lei Changtian, and the others said that in a while, even if they could not become demi-saints, it would not be a problem for them to become half-saints. At that time, the overall strength of the Human clan would definitely improve. Everyone felt that the Human clan's current strength was enough to defeat the Wu people and defeat the Demon clan. We are already the most powerful beings in the world, the masters of the ancestral land, and the protagonists of the world. Who else could be more powerful than us? Unifying the entire continent would only take a little bit of effort, but it would only take a little bit of effort. The problem was not much. Even the key issue had shifted to the 9 grand sorcerers of the Umno Alliance. Demon Emperor Dongwang and the Demon Empress were all close friends with the Zhua family. They were even relatives. Not long ago, they were drinking at the same table and bonding with each other. But now, they had to think about a life and death battle in the future. This matter was easy to talk about, but not pleasant to hear. Zhua Changlu, Wu Yuding, Zhua Xiaoduo, and the others felt that if they really had to face Flood and the Demon Emperor, they would not have the heart to kill them. They really could not bear to kill them. What was even easier to talk about, but not pleasant to hear, and most sorrowful of all was, in fact, the strongest expert in the world, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, was being ignored by the 3 clans. Among the experts of the 3 clans, no one was a match for Demon Ancestor Luo Ho in a one-on-one battle. Whether it was the Demon Emperor with the He Tu and the Luo Shu, the arrogant Zhu Wu, Zhua Xiaoduo, or Zhua Xiaoyan, none of them had the confidence to face Demon Ancestor Luo Ho and the God-slaying spear. Even with the 8 great gourds, the God-slaying spear replica, the Huahuang sword, the Tai Chi diagram, the cat spirit sword, and the 2 cat hammers, the quasi-saints with Xiaoduo with 15 innate divine weapons, he could only protect himself against Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. It was a joke to say that he could lose his life at any time. However, this number 1 expert who had dominated the world had been ignored. Was it easy to talk about, but not pleasant to hear? Fortunately, they were discussing it in secret and did not announce it. Otherwise, if Demon Ancestor Luo Ho knew about it, he would most likely be furious. What a bully. What a belittling. What a condescending person. But it cannot be helped. The conditions of the demon race were right there. The reason why the 3 races abandoned the demon race was the same. The demon race was a race supported by Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. The others were not concerned. Moreover, the demon race did not have the luck of being the ruler of the continent. How could they be qualified to compete for the ruler of the continent? They looked like that, and their actions were so cruel. Even if the heavenly Tao was muddle-headed, it would not choose the demon race. This reason was so dignified that no one could refute it. The standard appearance and strength of the demon race were beyond doubt. Now, the 3 races had begun to send more troops to the front line. Each race was showing signs of pressuring the border, and more were accumulating. Everyone revealed the same mentality and emotions. I really don't want to fight with you. Look, how powerful is my side? If we fight, you will only be sacrificing your life in vain. Why bother? Take a look at my lineup and weigh the pros and cons. Either retreat or surrender. Why should we harm our relationship? Although this kind of thinking was very childish and impractical, but it was undeniable. The Wu people were doing this now. The demon race was doing this now. The astral souls and the human race were doing this too. The 3 races were practicing super large-scale exercises, all kinds of drills, all kinds of military parades, and all kinds of muscles. Are you retreating or not? If you are not retreating, I will send more troops. I will practice again. I am super fierce, super ruthless, super powerful. Why can't you see the situation clearly? In fact, the higher-ups of the 3 races knew one thing very well. If this continued, the problem would not be solved at all. In the end, they would still have to fight. But no matter which side, no one was willing to make the first move. Under such circumstances, it was awkward. They froze. The other forces were either weak or did not dare to act rashly. For example, the Azura race. The Nether River Patriarch did not dare to show his face. If the Azura race dared to act rashly, the 3 races would definitely destroy them first. The demon race did not make any moves. They did not want to participate in the farce of the 3 races at all. It seemed that they had accepted their fate, however, everyone knew that Rahu, the demon ancestor, was not a person who would resign himself to fate. As long as the 3 races fought, it would be best if all 3 of them were injured. Then, when one side had paid a huge price to win, the demon ancestor would suddenly attack. That would be a joke. A big joke of sacrificing oneself for others and risking one's life to support the enemy. The demon race did not move. The spirit race became even more fearful. The spirit race had never possessed any high-level battle prowess. They were just a bunch of plants that had turned into spirits. Their talent was obvious. To be honest, their battle prowess was even inferior to the current Azura race. Yes, even the Azura race at the current stage could still defeat the spirit race. It was obvious how weak the spirit race's overall combat power was. In such an atmosphere of a world war, the entire spirit race had been in a state of fear for a long time. They were afraid that the spirit race would be in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Of course, it was not that the spirit race did not have any ambitious people. They said that there was a ray of hope in the heavens, and that the spirit race should rule the world. But as soon as these warmongers appeared, they were firmly suppressed. What time was it? What time was it? Rule the world? What the fuck was that? If they could not suppress it, they might as well get rid of it. This was not cowardice. It was just that after assessing the situation from all sides, the spirit race's current situation was not something that a bunch of radical idiots could have the final say in. If they caused any trouble, it would be a true disaster that could wipe out the entire spirit race. The only pity was that the current situation was not clear enough. If either side displayed absolute strength, the spirit race might just submit to them. During the witch-demon cataclysm, the spirit race did this. At that time, they submitted to the demon race and considered themselves to be a lower race of the demon race. However, it had to be said that because of this decision, the spirit race managed to survive the witch-demon cataclysm and reach the time when the other races separated their ancestral lands. Time seemed to pass peacefully under the stalemate between the shaman race and the demon race. Every day that passed, the hearts of the normal citizens would mysteriously calm down by a bit. As the days went by, the entire world seemed to have changed. The originally frequent natural disasters began to lessen. Gradually, the seas and rivers became clear and the weather was good. Even the large waves that would occasionally cause huge waves in the sea also showed ripples, sparkling with golden light and very docile. In the peak of the 9 heavens that no one could see, that many of the cracks were being repaired bit by bit, slowly recovering like a piece of broken glass. It was slowly but surely recovering at an extremely small but unstoppable speed, bit by bit becoming a complete piece. 3 months later, demon ancestor Rahu held the god-killing spear and was currently cultivating in a secret place. That during this period of time, the demon ancestor did not feel good at all. His cultivation was the highest in this world, so his senses were naturally sharper than other cultivators. He felt more and more that the current state of the world was close to being fixed. Although it seemed to be a dangerous balance, if the danger did not explode, then wouldn't there only be balance left? Although demon ancestor Rahu was unwilling and unconvinced, he also knew that with the strength of the demon race alone, there was no way to reverse the situation, and the end that awaited the demon race was to be destroyed forever in this world. Although it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape with his life, if he wanted to live a long life, the only way was to leave this world. Other than that, there was no other choice. Even if he was confident that no one in this world could defeat him, it was also a fact that he was not a match for any of the 3 races, as long as the other party attacked together. No matter which race it was, they all had the ability to slowly grind him to death, because they had the power to kill the entire demon race. Furthermore, it was not difficult for the 3 races to do so, as long as the demon race was killed. The demon ancestor Rahu would be like water without roots, without the luck of his race. It would also be impossible for him to have an undying body like before. That after confirming this understanding, demon ancestor Rahu was very unhappy. He wanted to go on a killing spree to vent his frustration, but he knew that now was not the time for him to be willful, especially when he saw the shamans, demons, and humans acting coy with each other. Demon ancestor Rahu dared to swear that as long as he dared to make a move, What awaited him would be the encirclement of the three races. This was a certainty, without a doubt. I can only wait for the dust to settle and see if I can fight against the last remaining race, hoping for a fluke. Demon Ancestor Rahu sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to entrust the survival of the demon race to the flimsy luck of the heavens. The clear, heavenly tribulation this time was really fucked up. It basically made the demon ancestor lose his original transcendent standpoint. Originally, demon ancestor Rahu did not care about the life and death of the demon race. No matter what, it was impossible for a race to be completely destroyed. As long as there was a seed left, it would naturally be able to start a fire again. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, he could be very transcendent, looking down on everyone and everything. But it was different this time. Under the clear heavenly tribulation, there really was a race extermination. The dragon, phoenix, and Chilan races, the three great primordial god races, were really exterminated. This reality was already proof that after the clear heavenly tribulation, only one race could remain in this world. The other races would be wiped out and would never exist again. How could this be? Rahu also wanted to be like Tong Tian and the others, leaving with his race but to be honest, demon ancestor Rahu was not a saint. Although his combat strength might surpass that of many saints, he was still not a saint in his bones. He just lacked the qualifications to transcend. As for the other saints who left, none of them were willing to take him with them. Who would be willing to take an enemy who could kill them with them? Would they be looking for trouble? Not to mention that demon ancestor Rahu's popularity had never been good. It should be said that Rahu never had the so-called popularity. He only had karma and hatred. Taking 10,000 steps back, demon ancestor Rahu had always thought highly of himself. No matter what, he could not bring himself to hide in someone else's heavenly abode magic treasure and leave. Being put into a pocket and taken away like a pet. Is that still me, demon ancestor Rahu? Who are you looking down on? Another reason was, even if Rahu could leave, he would definitely not take the current demon race with him. The reason was very simple, because even Rahu hated these things in the current demon race. These filthy, ugly monsters, inhumane things. What the hell are they? Although it should not be, this was demon ancestor Rahu's true opinion of the demon race. Too disgusting. How did these existences come about back then? Not only are they ugly, inhumane, but they also stink. What the hell, they stink. This was also the fundamental reason why demon ancestor Rahu, although he was the oldest ancestor of the demon race, had never lived in the demon race's territory for even a day. Now that things had come to this point, although he shouldn't have any sympathy for Rahu. But to be honest, the one who was the most conflicted, the most uncomfortable, the most unwilling, and the most aggrieved was none other than this super demon who had been invincible since the beginning of time. Because he clearly hated the demon race from the bottom of his heart, but he still risked his life for them. What the hell is this? Just as Zhang Xian was in the midst of his cultivation, he suddenly felt something. Rahu furrowed his brows and looked up. He saw that the space in front of him suddenly rippled slightly. The feeling was like a pool of still water that had been calm for thousands of years, suddenly being blown by an almost imperceptible breeze. Buzz! The god-slaying spear felt an inexplicable threat and immediately flew to the demon ancestor's side, its body still trembling slightly. It did not know who had come, but even the demon ancestor could not give the god-slaying spear a complete sense of security. Demon ancestor Rahu furrowed his brows. "It's you." The ripples gradually expanded, and in just a moment, a young man with a distant smile slowly walked out from inside. The person who had come was handsome, and his movements were indescribably elegant and unrestrained. His movements naturally overflowed with endless charm. If there was a cultivator here, just by seeing his movements, he would probably immediately fall into an epiphany. It was really as if every movement of his was accompanied by the great Tao. Every word and action seemed to be mixed with the natural rotation of the starry sky and the universe. There seemed to be a galaxy in his eyes, and the universe in his hands. Although he was standing here, he gave people a subtle feeling that he was not here at all, or that he did not exist at all. But no matter whether he existed or not, this entire world was filled with him, and he was everywhere. This feeling was very mysterious, but also very real. It was real and not fake. The young man smiled faintly and looked at Rahu with his clear eyes. "Fellow cultivator, long time no see. How have you been?" Rahu sneered. "I can eat, drink, and be free. I could do whatever I want. Of course, I'm fine. It's much better than you being torn apart." The young man smiled freely. "This tribulation transcends the starry sky and the universe. If I can't do it, what else can I say?" Rahu mocked. "How does it feel to be a dead person for hundreds of thousands of years?" The young man walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with emptiness and clarity. He looked around and said softly, "It's just a dream. That's all." Rahu rolled his eyes. "It seems that this dream is very satisfying." "Haha, then continue. Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you. Those disciples of yours, no matter if they're accepted or just a name, are all gone." The young man smiled. "Rahu, you weren't so sharp-tongued before." When Rahu heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Indeed, he was not like this before. But after coming out this time, even his habits of speaking seemed to have changed a lot. Who did he learn this from? It was impossible for the demon race. It was impossible for the demon race. It was impossible for the Wu people. Demon ancestor Rahu thought for a long time, and was shocked to find that he had learned it from the human race. Is the human race's way of speaking so awesome? It can actually affect me without me knowing it? Whether he's sharp-tongued or reticent, there's no need for you, Tao ancestor, to worry about it. Could it be that Tao ancestor is only concerned about these minor details now? Luo Ho sneered. Although he was unwilling to admit that he had been affected by the human race, he had to admit that this way of speaking was indeed very satisfying, but especially satisfying. Especially when it came to this guy in front of him. Especially when his thoughts were cleared, the young man's faint smile did not change. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the demon ancestor's place of seclusion suddenly turned into green mountains and clear waters. Flowers bloomed like brocades, and green grass covered the ground. It was extremely elegant and quiet. In front of the two, a small lake appeared out of thin air. The lake water was long, and one could see the bottom at a glance. It was extremely clear. The demon ancestor's place of seclusion, which had nothing but desolation as far as the eye could see, suddenly turned into a paradise. The style just now was full of desolation. After a long time, it will inevitably breed hostility. It's really not a good place to talk. The young man said indifferently, "What do you think? Is the scenery now more pleasing than before?" Demon ancestor Rahu rolled his eyes. "I don't feel anything. Ever since I was born into this world, I have never had a graceful bone in my body." The young man smiled faintly. "If you had a graceful bone, you wouldn't be the demon ancestor." Rahu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky, arrogant and speechless. A comfortable chair quietly appeared under the young man, and he sat down naturally. He said very comfortably, "Back then, before the chaos was formed, there were only two living beings in the endless chaos. One was you, and the other was me. One was good, and one was evil. They were the two extremes in the vast universe. I was good, and you were evil. Speaking of which, the two of us have a deep relationship." "Bah!" Demon ancestor Rahu spat in disgust. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm evil, and I've never been good. I admit that. However, when did you, Hongjun, claim to be the good of the heaven and earth? I'm also not your twin brother." At this point, he said with disgust, "Just tell me directly what you want from me. I don't have time to chat with you, and I'm not interested in anything related to you. Be straightforward." The young man said indifferently, "Do you really not know why I'm here?" Rahu said, "Of course I know why you're here. However, if you want me, Rahu, to bow and listen to you, that's impossible." The young man smiled. "Of course, I won't do such a tasteless thing. However, this is a special time, and it's very important. I believe you don't want to sit and wait for death, right? Rahu said, "Are you willing to die slowly?" "I won't die. I'll only weaken and enter a long period of waiting." The young man spoke very slowly, but his words were very clear. "However, you're destined to die." Luo Han didn't object to this. He pondered for a long time, then frowned and said, "This clear heavenly tribulation. What's going on? I still don't understand." The meaning was clear. "Explain it to me." "This clear heavenly tribulation doesn't belong to this world. That's why it's beyond the control of the heavenly Tao." The young man sighed a little worriedly. It's hard to say exactly when it started. Back then, the War of the Nine Races was destined to be a calamity for the common people. However, in the middle, that person suddenly appeared. Do you still remember? Yes. When that person appeared, the heavenly Tao was immediately obscured. After that, it even split the heavenly Tao. The young man smiled bitterly. And it was at that time that I lost all senses. It wasn't until recently that I woke up. It was also at that moment that I found out that this chaotic world had actually split before. Now it's just reunited. As for the various things in this world, I only learned a thing or two from collecting materials in this world in these 2 days. Indeed, I don't know as much as you do. Raha's mouth involuntarily opened wide. He really did not expect that there would be such a thing. Moreover, it would happen to the Tao ancestor, the real number one person in this world. You should know what that person's name is, the young man said. Rahu said, the demon continent was the first to be split apart. At that time, I don't know how, but I had already drifted out with the continent. At that time, I had never met this person, nor had I fought with him. How would I know his background? This person single-handedly caused the continent to split apart, and now caused the clear heavenly tribulation. He must have a great purpose. The young man sighed. Before, I always knew that you and I were the strongest in the starry sky universe, but now, with a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, now, half of the clear heavenly tribulation has passed, and the world is about to be united again. However, the clear heavenly tribulation indirectly caused the 6 saints to leave, causing the eldritch world to lose its foundation. From now on, the great Tao has no master. However, because the 6 saints left in advance, the eldritch world reunited as one. This gave me the opportunity to wake up a little earlier and not be completely unable to deal with it. The clear heavenly tribulation caused 8 out of the 9 races to perish and 1 to survive. It either completely exterminated the 8 races or completely expelled the 8 races. This is a heaven-defying act. This is because the 9 races were the source of the eldritch world's fortune and the fulcrum of balance. 8 out of the 9 races are gone, and only 1 reigns supreme. This is equivalent to causing the 3,000 great Tao to return to nothingness. The gods and Buddhas in the sky no longer have any room to maintain. The heavenly Tao collapses, and the great Tao collapses. In other words, after the eldritch world is united, the heavenly Tao's monitoring of the world will no longer exist. And you and I will fall into eternal silence from then on. Perhaps I will wake up someday, but you will never wake up again. The young man smiled faintly. So, you only know that you don't want to join forces with me. But how can I like to join forces with you? However, the situation has forced us to work together to overcome this crisis of life and death. Luo Ho frowned and said, eternal silence. That's right, eternal silence. Luo Ho said doubtfully, one race only rules the world, but the eldritch world is still the eldritch world. How can the heavenly Tao be eternal silence? This is the truth, because when that time comes, the heavenly Tao will only have a weak power to maintain the cycle of the world. Everything from ancient times until now will gradually fall silent, including the heavenly court, the underworld, the gods, and ghosts. The human world will no longer have any scruples, and humans will become the true eternal protagonists. Duh. I didn't expect this volume to have so many words. This chapter has 8,000 words. Chapter 1424. Understand. In other words, your so-called I die and you live is just a struggle at death's door. Because at that time, you will lose control of all living beings and passively fall into a deep sleep. Only the natural laws of the heavenly Tao will remain and nothing else. Even if you can wake up, it will be a very long time later, and you might not even wake up. Luo Ho grasped the main point. The young man said faintly, "The heavenly Tao is constant, and it is difficult for anything to last forever. When I wake up at that time, I will definitely wake up. However, you won't have such an opportunity. If you die, you will truly die. There will be no second chance." Luo Ho fell silent. Even though he didn't have any good impression of the fellow before him ever since he was born, and he even treated the other party as his mortal enemy. However, he still trusted the other party's words, since he said that after the protagonist of heaven and earth was chosen, he would fall into eternal silence. Then he would definitely fall into eternal silence. Then how can we change this situation? You came here with a purpose, not just to inform me of this, right? You came to me only to save yourself. Demon ancestor Luo Ho naturally did not want to fall into eternal silence, but he did not want to fall into a disadvantageous position. This clear heavenly tribulation has already formed. Currently, the fates of all races are tilting, and hundreds of rivers converge into the sea, all flowing into the astral souls. The general trend is set, and it is difficult to reverse the collapse of the heavens. The youth's eyes were filled with worry. In other words, the human race will definitely win. Luo Ho was stunned. If this did not come from a Tao ancestor, he would not believe it. After all, in his opinion, both the Wu people and the Yao race were above the human race in terms of overall combat strength. How could the human race decide the protagonist of heaven and earth in advance? It is without a doubt. The human race will definitely win. This is the general trend. The Wu people and the Yao race have a huge flaw, and their fates are not enough. They have no hope of winning. Then, that is why we have to change this ending. You said it is the general trend, so how do we change it? Demon ancestor Luo Ho sighed inwardly. No one understood the meaning of the words "the general trend" better than them. It was truly a surging current that could not change anything. In fact, even a single individual could not be easily changed. More than 80% of this situation has been decided. But even if it's fixed, there are still variables that can interfere with it. It's not easy to mess up the general trend, but it's not impossible either. For example, as long as we can change the situation where the human race is sure to win, we can make this catastrophe last for a long time. Then, we can seek for changes in it. Continue for a long time? How long do you plan to last? How can we change? It can be that there will never be a victor. You can also use human power to change the outcome of the battle, allowing the Wu people or the Yao race to obtain the final victory. This way, the destiny will be changed and changes will occur naturally. The young man sighed deeply. I still remember that the demon clan that won the shaman demon cataclysm was so glorious. Yet, you single-handedly took control of the situation and beat them down. Could it be that you also deviated from your destiny and caused a natural change? Luo Ho sneered. It's just adapting to the circumstances. There shouldn't be an eternal protagonist in this world. Wouldn't the eternal protagonist remain the same? Don't talk to me about your specious principles. Just tell me what I should do now. Right now, we should make them fight as soon as possible. Fight as soon as possible. Luo Ho's heart was filled with confusion. Didn't they say that they should delay entering this cycle as much as possible? Why do they want to fight as soon as possible? Wasn't this a contradiction that couldn't be explained? If they don't fight for a while longer, the son of destiny of the astral souls will probably cultivate to the point where he can defeat both the shaman demon clan and the Yao clan. The young man sighed. When that time comes, I'm afraid that you and I won't be his match. Demon ancestor Luo Ho was truly shocked this time. Are you serious? Can he really be that powerful? This kid's karmic luck transcends the heavens, and he sees the boundless karmic luck of this world. By relying on this karmic luck, he was able to transform an extremely ordinary spatial artifact into the level of a world. That's a level that transcends the heaven Tao of this world, and it's a level of its own. The young man smiled helplessly. This is also why I can't stop him. He swiped his hand across the space in front of him. Like a mirror, a person appeared in it. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, there was now a dense rainbow aura above Zhuo Xiao's head. Above his head was a huge umbrella that was tens of thousands of meters wide. It was slowly rotating. As it rotated, the providence scattered between heaven and earth rapidly gathered toward the umbrella. It was just a glance. Luoho was already shocked. He was completely stunned on the spot, speechless for a long time. This is the providence of eternity. The amount of providence has even surpassed the entire continents combined. It has surpassed the providence of the heavenly Tao. Why is this? How is this possible? The young man didn't answer. He only smiled bitterly. I've been painstakingly searching for this path for so many years. It turns out that someone has already completed it and walked far ahead of me. Demon ancestor Luo Ho watched as the young man waved his hand. A wave of purple providence rushed over, wanting to break through the umbrella or forcefully absorb it. However, no matter what the purple providence did, it couldn't affect the umbrella at all. After being entangled for a while, the purple providence that couldn't do anything could only leave. However, in that formless entanglement, it actually lost a small portion of its providence. It was a classic case of going for wool, but coming home shorn. So, have you seen it clearly? The young man stared at the void. Zhuo Xiaoduo's image in the void mirror gradually faded. Such providence is indeed unstoppable. I can see that this child has already achieved great things. If I want to break it, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a huge price. If I want to gain something, I naturally have to be generous. However, I can't afford to pay that price alone. Otherwise, why would I need to find you? Luo Ho pondered for a moment. If this succeeds, you'll naturally regain control of the heavenly Tao and become the sole ruler of the universe. However, what good will that do for me? Eternal silence sounds scary, but if I analyze it in detail, as long as I'm willing to abandon the entire demon race and walk the sea of stars alone, I might be able to live a good life. Following you might instead be a path of no return. The young man said, You've had a considerable amount of enlightenment recently. You've probably found a way forward. This is also why I took the initiative to find you. You're wrong to have taken the previous path. If this succeeds, I'll help you break through the shackles and bottlenecks and reach a new realm. That's what it means to roam the heavens and be indestructible. He paused and said, Even if we meet someone who's really several realms higher than us, I can guarantee that you'll be able to survive under any circumstances. You'll be immortal and indestructible. Luoho frowned. Immortal and indestructible under any circumstances? That's right. The benefits you're giving me are beyond my imagination. I need proof. What's in it for me if you just talk about it? Your current demon only has a demonic nature and some unorthodox methods. The young man knew that if he didn't take out something solid, demon ancestor Luo Ho wouldn't believe him and wouldn't help him obediently. If he didn't do anything, it wouldn't help. After thinking for a while, he said straightforwardly, You've already reached the pinnacle of your martial strength. There's no room for you to go any further. If you go any further, you'll be using strength to prove your Tao. Unless you're willing to abandon the god-slaying spear, it's impossible. Since proving your Tao with strength is destined to be fruitless, your new direction can only be another direction, which is the heart. The heart? Demon ancestor Luo Ho was deep in thought. Yes, the heart. The heart demon. The young man said indifferently, Among the thousands of living beings, there are only 3 paths: strength, heart, and Tao. All 3 paths lead to the same destination and can prove one's Tao. Your strength path has ended, and your Tao path isn't clear. Only the heart path is the path to prove your Tao. You must know that regardless of whether you're human, demon, shaman, spirit, demon, dragon, or phoenix, all have hearts and thoughts. As long as you're a living being with a heart, you'll naturally have fetters. There's a good side, but there's also an evil side. The evil side is usually suppressed by morality and reason. It's usually not obvious, but I can tell you responsibly that most living beings, when faced with a desperate situation, will have thoughts of wanting to destroy the world with them. And the origin of such thoughts is the heart demon. As long as you master this cultivation technique, as long as there's still living beings in the world, you won't die. What's more, you won't die in any world, including the myriad heavens and the Milky Way. You don't have to care if it's human, ghost, shaman, or demon. As long as it has thoughts, you won't die. You'll live forever. Even if the heavenly way is destroyed and the universe collapses, as long as there's still a living being in the Milky Way, no matter if it's a fish or a snake, you'll be able to live because of your thoughts. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not only did demon ancestor Luo Ho understand, he was also stunned by the young man's words. This was a path that he had never thought of before, but it was also a path that was so awesome that it could explode. As long as there were thoughts in this world, he would exist, and he would exist forever. This is just a theory. Where should I start? Luo Ho muttered. He had already calculated countless paths in his mind, and then he rejected them one by one. The cultivation of the heart demon naturally comes from a heart. This is the starting point of the heart demon, and it's also the end. Everything is based on the heart. All things move according to the heart. The young man said calmly, I've taught you the eternally indestructible method. Next, it's time for you to cooperate with me. All right. The young man walked with his hands behind his back, his green robe fluttering. Demon ancestor Luo Ho was thinking about something, and he fell behind by a few steps. When he looked up and saw the young man's back, he vaguely felt ethereal. He asked himself in his heart, should I do this? But then he became determined. The other party had helped him understand the heart demon cultivation technique. Not only was it the eternally indestructible method, it was also the right way to prove one's Tao. He owed the other party so much karma. Even if he didn't want to help him, he couldn't. Besides, was he really going to walk the Milky Way alone, hide in the chaos, and watch his entire race get slaughtered, and then weaken bit by bit until he had no choice but to die underground? The originally vast and boundless Blood River had now become a large lake. Although it still occupied a vast area, one could already see the edge. It was no longer as boundless and infinite as before. Compared to the original scale, it was 95% smaller. The Blood River was calm and still, like a pool of stagnant water. The boundless red land around it was where the Azuras lived. A black shadow flashed. It was demon ancestor Luo Ho who appeared beside the lake. Nether River. His voice reverberated deep into the Blood River. Moments later, Nether River Patriarch leaped out of the lake. His face was still pale and abnormally weak as he stood beside the lake. Lord Demon Ancestor, why have you come here today? Sorry for the lack of hospitality. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho did not beat around the bush. How much combat strength do you have left? Nether River's expression was somewhat ugly. Less than 70%. If you absorb the Blood God's son and all the Azuras? Nether River Patriarch calculated in his heart before answering seriously, I can recover about 90% of my combat strength, but I can't reach my peak strength. Nether River did not dare to lie to Luo Ho, because Luo Ho could tell at a glance and had his own understanding. Asking him was just a way to establish temporary trust. 90% is enough. Luo Ho said, you have to do this. Spirit Race's Sovereign Palace. Spirit Emperor was playing chess with Wan Minsheng. Among the 9 races in the myriad heavens, the Spirit Race was considered to be very comfortable now. They had survived the witch and demon cataclysm. This time, they could use the same method to survive the clear heaven cataclysm. It was still the same, no matter who they depended on. They had an old friendship with the demon race and a close relationship with the new nobles of the human race. This was an invisible bet on both sides. No matter what, they would be able to survive safely and enjoy peace. The next moment that a green-robed Taoist suddenly appeared, that Wan Minxing's expression did not change. With a thought, the backup plan that he had set up long ago was immediately activated. The youth smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, you two are quite free. You're in a good mood. All of a sudden, the entire space seemed to be frozen in all directions. Spirit Emperor stood up and said respectfully, "To think that Lord Tao Ancestor would come personally. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you." The youth smiled and waved his hand. "I'm just here to chat with the two of you today. It has nothing to do with anything else. You two don't have to be nervous." As he said that, he smiled and looked at Wan Minsheng. "This is the grasshopper with the merit of saving the world? Wan Minsheng, right?" Wan Minsheng stood up nervously and bowed. "Greetings, Tao Ancestor." The youth waved his hand and smiled. "You're a saint without being a saint. Wan Minsheng is a good fortune." Wan Minsheng was terrified and said that he did not dare to. The youth sat down and said, "I'm not here for anything urgent. I just want to ask the two of you, what do you think about the clear heaven cataclysm this time?" Then he persuaded them. Just like how the demon ancestor persuaded them, they reached the same goal. The more Wan Minsheng listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He could not help but frown. As the youth spoke, he looked at Wan Minsheng. He vaguely felt that this grasshopper had done something just now. However, after careful inspection, he did not find anything wrong. That was because there were countless grasshopper plants in the vast land around them. They were so densely packed that they could connect to the ends of the world. There was nothing that they could not reach. The Tao Ancestor pondered. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration just now. However, my technique of sealing the universe is enough to block any method of transmitting information in this world. It should be able to seal it, right? In this world, how can anyone break through my seal? The Tao Ancestor's technique was not wrong. If the technique of sealing the universe was activated first, there was indeed no method of transmitting information that could break through the seal. However, Wan Minsheng was not set up after his arrival. Instead, it was set up many years before he came. The only action just now was just a slight movement of his mind. Fortunately, it was just a movement. Just as the youth thought, if he had done something in front of him, then no one in this world, including the demon ancestor Rahu, could have done it. However, it was set up many years in advance when the Tao Ancestor was still asleep. It became the key to rewriting the future and even rewriting the survival of the entire ancestral land's living beings. A ray of inspiration had already spread out along with the grasshopper plants that covered the continent. It was because the people of the people's lives felt that everything in front of them was wrong. According to the Tao Ancestor, the scene depicted was the scene of the age of Dharma's end. It was full of disasters and despair. However, Wan Minsheng was a person who had walked through the age of Dharma's end. He did not miss any of the changes in the ancestral land's continent. Therefore, his first cognition was that he did not believe it. He did not believe it at all. In the so-called age of Dharma's end, all the races left, the heavenly Tao split, the Tao Ancestor fell asleep, the gods and Buddhas disappeared, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Didn't the astral soul's continent have already experienced all these and deal with them well? Not to mention the current human race, which was flourishing and had many powerhouses. Duo had the potential to open the sky. If the human race really became the ruler of the world and the eternal protagonist, how could the world enter the age of Dharma's end? Taking a step back, with the current potential of the human race, even if the storm of the age of Dharma's end came again, the human race could completely withstand it. They did not even need to consume too much power and could still live well in the age of Dharma's end environment. After all, the age of Dharma's end was equivalent to the recovery of the power of the technological era. Perhaps that would be more livable after thinking about it. Wan Minsheng could not understand why there would be a world-destroying catastrophe and why would it lead to the age of Dharma's end. Therefore, what the Tao Ancestor said this time sounded very reasonable, but Wan Minsheng did not agree with it at all. However, the Spirit Emperor had experienced the disintegration of the ancestral land and the return of all the races. but he had not experienced the age of Dharma's end. When he heard the Tao ancestor's words, his expression could not help but change. He was bewildered, and his sense of danger rose that as time passed. Listening to the Tao ancestor's words, the spirit emperor's thoughts seemed to follow the prospects described by the Tao ancestor. It looked like he was about to be brainwashed. Wan Minxing's suspicions grew, but his face was full of agreement. He repeatedly agreed with the Tao ancestor's words. Dot at the sun and moon pass of the astral souls. Zhuo Xiaoduo was burning incense in the martyr cemetery. Suddenly, he felt an abnormal soul fluctuation. It was the reaction of the grasshopper seeds that Elder One had left by his side. Zhuo Xiaoduo had never received such a message before. Knowing that something was wrong, he hurriedly waved his hand, indicating for the Zhuo Xiaoyan to seal the space. Then, he took out the seeds and scattered them on the ground. Suddenly, a green light flashed. A field of grasshopper plants grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they were full of green. One of them grew especially fast and quickly bloomed and bore fruit. However, compared to the previous messages from Elder Wan, this was much slower. So Xiaoduo immediately became cautious. Why was it so slow this time? Could it be that Elder Wan was in danger and was asking for help? But in terms of Elder Wan's current cultivation realm and strength, who in the world could put him in danger? Why did he have to be so cautious to pass on a message? Zhuo Xiaoduo, who cherished his life, immediately thought of many things. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Li Chenglong, who were beside him, had already sealed the space when the grasshopper plants were scattered on the ground. It turned this area into a region that was isolated from the rest of the world. After a while, Elder Wan Minxing's shadow appeared. However, this shadow was unprecedentedly illusory, as if it could be blown away by the wind. The first sentence that came out of his mouth shocked Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. The Tao ancestor has reappeared in the world. He is currently in the Ling clan, brainwashing me and the Ling emperor. He intends to overturn the current situation of the war between the clans. Then, he relayed the principles that the Tao ancestor had said about the slumber of the heavenly Tao, the eternal silence of the strong, the scene of the end of the world, the age of Dharma. Before he could finish speaking, the illusory figure swayed for a moment and then disappeared. This was only a little bit of soul power that Wan Minxing had set up early on. It was already the limit that he could maintain it to this point. After all, his body was in front of the Tao ancestor, but he did not dare to act rashly. Eternal silence, the age of Dharma, the age of Dharma. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's faces were distorted. How did the Tao ancestor come up with such a deduction? It didn't seem right here. No, it wasn't right. It was too wrong. The three of them hurriedly went to find Zhuo Chonglu and the others to discuss. Because the current unforeseen event was too sudden and unexpected, the three of them did not have the slightest certainty about what would happen at that time. Therefore, they hurriedly reported the explosive news that they had received. After Zhuo Chonglu heard about this explosive material, he immediately hissed for a long time, as if he had a toothache. Why do you say this? The age of Dharma has become a thing of the past, but there is no reason to start again. With the resources of this continent, even if the starry sky spirit chi dissipates, these many resources are enough to consume for millions of years. What's more, there are so many martial arts inheritances. How can it be the age of Dharma? Zhuo Chonglu murmured. Could it be that the Tao ancestor misjudged? Li Chenglong frowned and didn't speak for a long time. Until the meeting was over, he still didn't say a word. He kept frowning, as if he was thinking about something. Then he pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo out and turned into Zhuo Xiaoduo's void extermination tower. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said, I feel that the Tao ancestor may not have misjudged. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Why do you say that? Because I feel that the Tao ancestor's various actions are because he doesn't want to clear the trend of the heavenly tribulation or the trend of the various races fighting for hegemony to develop with the current trend. Moreover, I'm almost sure that he is standing on the opposite side of the human race. Li Chenglong's face was full of distress. I really hope that my judgment is wrong, but this is what I feel. This is the truth that is reasonable and in line with the current data. So, Xiaoduo's eyes sharpened. Tell me about your reason specifically. The other party is the Tao ancestor, so you must have full confidence. Otherwise, it will be difficult for our father to pass. The first reason is the departure of those sages. Li Qinglong said, those sages left one after another as soon as the heavenly tribulation started. Why did they leave? With the forces they have and their own strength, they have a lot of potential. So Xiaoduo was stunned. You ask me, but who should I ask? Didn't they say that they want freedom? Li Qinglong smiled. This is the main point. Doesn't their implication mean that they were not free before? So Xiaoduo was stunned again. At least they are saying that their degree of freedom was limited before? Li Qinglong said. But who can limit them? They are the sages of the water, the peak of the world. So Xiaoduo asked tentatively, the Tao ancestor? Li Qinglong nodded and then shook his head. Among the sages, only the Tao ancestor should be the only suspect. But I think, maybe but not necessarily. So Xiaoduo was even more confused. He felt that Li Qinglong's words today were cloudy and confusing. Li Qinglong said, there's another point, that is, the so-called cultivation of the sages was the cultivation of the sages before the immeasurable tribulation. Until today, there's still the cultivation of the sages. Don't they cultivate in these countless years? There is a higher cultivation state above the sages. The existence of the Tao ancestor has already proved this point. The cultivation state above the sages can't be promoted for tens of millions of years. One can be because the state of mind is not enough. The other two can be because the talent is not good enough. Everyone can't be promoted because they're all not mature enough. Li Qinglong asked. So Xiaoduo scratched his head until his dandruff flew everywhere. Finally, he gave up. To say it directly, I won't interrupt you, I won't answer you, and you don't have to ask me. Just follow your train of thought, and I'll listen to you. Li Qinglong smiled. He knew very well that Xiaoduo knew what he said. It was just that this guy was too lazy. With the improvement of his cultivation and combat strength, he was too lazy to use his brain. But it was enough to know that he knew. So I suspect that there is a flaw in our world. No matter how you cultivate, under the original rules of the heavenly way, the sages are the end. The Tao ancestor is always higher than the rest of the creatures. So, the sages chose to leave and break free from the shackles of their own progress. And they left so early because they have to integrate their bodies into the great way after becoming a sage. They can no longer break away and become the support of the great way. This is also one of the reasons why they can't break through the restrictions. As for the rest, the information at hand is limited, and there is no more reasonable inference for the time being. Li Qinglong was very careful and said word by word, but this time, the heavenly tribulation has made more possibilities appear in the established control mode of the heavenly way. In other words, the heavenly tribulation this time has broken the original rules. The reason why the sages left is that they are no longer restricted by the restrictions, and they have seen the hope of a higher level. In other words, once the heavenly tribulation is cleared, a new rule of the heavenly way will be formed. The original rule of the heavenly way can't restrict the limits of cultivation. In other words, the road above the sage level has been opened. But in this way, it is equivalent to the original heavenly way losing its supreme authority. When Li Qinglong said this, although he was in the space-destroying tower, his voice was very low. So the so-called eternal silence, the slumber, the end of the world, the end of the world. I'm afraid they are not reasons, and they are not even real. So Xiaoduo pondered, because the Tao ancestor has merged with the Tao and is already a part of this world. Li Qinglong said so, although his realm is the highest in this world, it is only so high. Therefore, it restricts the sages below him. In this world, they can only maintain the strength and cultivation of the sage level. But if this world changes, there is no end to the path of the strong. As long as the cultivation is enough, the perception is enough, and the merit is enough, they can leave this world and become a higher level of the starry sky. But will the Tao ancestor really watch as generation after generation of transcendence transcend, one after another? The one who reached the top early, only have the right to stay here and make no progress? If you were the Tao ancestor, would you be willing to do this? So Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, not necessarily. If the inherent restrictions are broken, then the Tao ancestor should have the opportunity to transcend. Li Chenglong was confused. After a while, he said, not necessarily. Moreover, before, he could completely control the whole world, but suddenly became a bystander. He no longer has the specific power. From the emperor, he suddenly became an idle prince. No one can bear this, right? Li Chenglong said. That makes sense. But no matter what, the Tao ancestor doesn't want the human race to become the ruler. This is already set in stone. Li Chenglong was silent again. After a while, he said, then, it will be really difficult. So Xiaoduo said, if you were the Tao ancestor, what would you do? What else can I do? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. Of course, let the parties fight first. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Hurry up and continue to cultivate. As long as the races restart the war, won't it change the direction of our cultivation? 3 days later, Wu people's chief military advisor, Enchanting, was suddenly assassinated when he was commanding the army. His soul scattered on the spot, and there was no corpse left. At that time, the ice abyss which and the raging fire which were less than a kilometer away from Enchanting. However, when Enchanting turned into ashes and hundreds of Umno Alliance masters were killed in an instant, the two arrived. The murderer had already disappeared. The Umno Alliance was furious. Almost at the same time, on the side of the Demon Alliance army, the Demon Emperor's third prince, Shu Kun, was killed by a sneak attack. More than 1,000 Demon Clan masters with him were all turned into ashes. The murderer also left no traces, no clues, and no traces left behind. Chapter 1425. How could the Demon Emperor not be enraged by the death of his son? He ordered the capture of the murderer and thoroughly investigated the background of the murderer. However, no matter how much he investigated, he could not find any clues. However, the atmosphere of the demon court suddenly became tense. Who could assassinate the demon-crowned prince amidst an army of billions of demons? The Demon Emperor's third prince was a grand heavenly realm elite. However, he was ambushed and died. Not only was he unable to give any warning, he did not even have the chance to fight back. Did this not prove that the opponent's strength was unfathomable and beyond imagination? However, there were only so many strong people in the world, and only a few could do it. The shamans and demons suspects were placed on each other at the same time. The saints had all left, and the Ashura tribe was weakened after the siege. The Nether River Patriarch's strength was reduced, and to put it bluntly, they did not have the conditions to commit the crime. Although the demon ancestor Rahu had the strength to commit the crime, this person, since the ancient times, he had never done such a sneak attack, let alone ambushing a junior. The possibility of him being the murderer was close to zero. Then there was the human race. Although the human race's momentum had greatly increased, looking at the entire human race, there was no one with such ability other than Zhuo Chonglu's family. However, with the shamans and demons' understanding of this family, it was impossible for them to do it. In this way, only the Wu people and the demon race were left. Other than them, there was no more reliable suspect. Yes, the shamans and demons deliberately ignored the spirit race. The spirit race had never had any elites. Even if they had the motive to sow discord, they did not have the strength to commit the crime. Of course, they could be ignored. The Flood Zoo was furious. Enchanting was his junior brother, although he had always had a lot of conflicts with this junior brother of his. For example, the Flood had always been upright, but Enchanting believed that in war, in order to win, unscrupulous was the way of the military. Conspiracies and tricks were the way of the king in this kind of race war. Enchanting had always scoffed at the Flood Witches' so-called appreciation of each other and the so-called appreciation of heroes. He even directly criticized her and said that it was a burden to others. However, Bai Yunting's war commanding ability was recognized as the #1 person in the UMNO alliance. His military strategist talent was unparalleled. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Bai Yunting was the one in command of the UMNO alliance's military strength, Zhou wouldn't have to do much. As long as they didn't hold back or hinder them, it wouldn't be difficult for them to wrestle with Li Chenglong. Of course, this was also the main reason why the flood, which had banished White Cloud Pavilion for so many years, this was because Bai Yunting's ability to command was too strong. Against Dongfang Xingyang, who had been through hundreds of battles, Bai Yunting could easily defeat him. Bai Yunting's ability to command and strategize seemed to be better than Dongfang Xingyang's. However, the UMNO Alliance's overall ability was much higher than Astral Souls, that if Bai Yunting was allowed to do whatever he wanted, the Astral Souls would have been destroyed a long time ago. It didn't conform to the standard policy of using war to accumulate strength to deal with a monster race in the future. Right now, it was a critical moment for the Wu people's survival. It was the perfect time for Bai Yunting to show his full strength. Therefore, after Dijiang Zhu Wu made a serious mistake in commanding the troops, Flood Zhu Wu united all the senior magi and some Zhu Wu to forcefully take away Dijiang Zhu Wu's commanding position. The UMNO Alliance's commander-in-chief became Bai Yunting. He was the only one who could speak. In the following period of time, the morale of the UMNO Alliance's army was unprecedentedly high. Their discipline was even stricter. Their individual combat strength didn't change much, but their overall combat strength had increased by at least 30% under Bai Yunting's control. It could be said that they were going to achieve great things. However, at such a critical moment, Bai Yunting was assassinated. This was a pain that the Wu people couldn't bear. How could they not search for the murderer? For a moment, the two camps were in a treacherous atmosphere, where even the slightest sound could be heard. However, the so-called strict vigilance didn't seem to work on this night. With a sudden explosion, the silence was instantly broken. Flood, Gong Gong, and the other Zhu Wu flew over together. However, they only saw a black shadow flash by. It was obviously a space-tearing technique. Gong Gong and Dijiang didn't hesitate at all. They tore the space apart and chased after the shadow. Flood hesitated for a moment, but still rushed to the scene of the incident to confirm the situation. Boundless! Flood roared toward the sky. Boundless Senior Magus was dead. His whole body was smashed into pieces. His death was extremely miserable. Ice, fire, and the others arrived one after another. Looking at the scene, only Boundless Senior Magus' head was left intact. Everyone was filled with anger, grief, and anger. They were so depressed that they felt like they were going to explode at any time. How many days had it been? The 12 brothers who used to be like brothers and had gathered together for tens of thousands of years had actually lost 4. Then, how long could the rest live? How long would it take for all of them to disappear from this world? Boss! Fire Senior Magus' eyes were red. He said to Flood, "We must avenge this hatred. No matter who it is, we will not rest until one of us dies." Ice Senior Magus and the others were also surging with emotions. Yes, this hatred, we will not rest until one of us dies. Flood gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "This hatred, we will not rest until one of us dies." He looked at the head of Boundless Senior Magus in front of him. Boundless Senior Magus' eyes were wide open. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. "Brother," the flood which reached out and touched Boundless Senior Magus' eyes, "go in peace. I swear I will avenge you, no matter who the enemy is." The palm fell and closed the eyes of the Boundless Great Sorcerer. Someone is instigating the war to start again. Flood slowly stood up and said, "Next, don't separate from the higher-ups. The attacks will continue." Someone is instigating the war? Wind Emperor Senior Magus frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Duo once told me that someone is instigating the war, hoping that we will start the war as soon as possible, so that the war will start again and the balance will not be restored. Flood sighed. So during this period of time, The higher-ups have been tightening up, afraid that someone will take advantage of the loopholes. Wind Emperor Senior Magus was furious. Using our lives to instigate the war? Fire Senior Magus snorted, suppressed his anger, and said, even if we don't use our lives, can we start a war by destroying a blade of grass in the Umno Alliance? Swoosh swoosh, Gong Gong Zhu Wu and Dijiang Zhu Wu flew back. Did you catch up? The Flood Witch asked. His question was very weak because it was obvious that he didn't catch up. However, Dijiang's specialty was the Tao of space. They had already seen the other party's trace, but they still couldn't catch up. This was a bit thought-provoking. We chased all the way to the sky above the astral souls, but we couldn't stop it. Gong Gong Zhu Wu frowned and said gloomily, that black shadow went into the camp of the astral souls army, and we couldn't find it anymore. The two of us met that. Emperor Zhaixing, Dijiang said, we said a few words and then came back. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Flood. Flood's face was as dark as water. Dijiang said, could it be that the Astral Souls Army is a thief crying thief? Flood said flatly, impossible. Don't be so absolute. Nothing in this world is absolute. Chong Liang Zhu Wu, who came in later, said with dissatisfaction. Flood narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I can be so absolute when it comes to the astral souls. And they also informed us in advance that there would be a change. It's our own problem to guard against negligence. It has nothing to do with others. Chong Liang sneered and said no more. Investigate thoroughly. Don't let go of any clues. Flood's face was as dark as water. The Inferno Witch and the Deep Ice Witch all had tears in their eyes. They turned around and walked out. They felt so depressed that they were about to explode. Conference Hall. 5 minutes later, in the conference hall, all the great witches Zhu Wu gathered together. Their faces were as dark as water. The discussion was calm at first, but gradually became tense. Several Zhu Wu, led by Chong Liang, said with certainty that this was the doing of the astral souls. As for the previous notice, it was just a trick to deceive everyone. The other part, led by Flood Witch, insisted that someone instigated it. Of course, some people thought that it might be the doing of the Demon Clan. They wanted to frame the astral souls and sow discord between the two sides. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, among so many powerhouses, only Gong Gong and Dijiang saw the black shadow. They didn't even see the figure clearly, let alone the face. In today's world, there are only a few people with such cultivation. Indeed, there are only a few such powerhouses. If we eliminate them one by one, why can't we find the murderer? Anyway, I just think it's the doing of the astral souls. Someone instigated it. Haha, only those silly people will believe it. I'm more inclined to believe that it's the Demon Clan. But among the Demon Clan, only the Demon Emperor and the other two can do it. Maybe Kuan Peng has the ability to do that, but Kuan Peng can never do that when being tracked by two ancestors of Magi. In this case, the Demon Clan is the most suspicious. The discussion gradually turned into an argument, and the argument turned into a fierce argument. In the end, they almost fought. Flood, which refused to admit it. She insisted that it was definitely not the doing of the astral souls like Zhuo Duo. Haha, it's your brother who died. Since you insist that the Demon Clan is innocent and won't do it, I'd like to see how you're going to avenge your brother. Chong Liang Zhu Wu was beaten up by Flood last time. He had a lot of complaints about this rising star. At this point, the meeting ended unhappily. Flood brought Lai Hua, his wife, Bing Ming, Feng Di, Dan Kong, Jin Lin, Shi Hai, and Du Wu back to his residence. Brother, Lai Hua and the others looked sorrowful. Flood glanced at the faces of his 7 brothers. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he almost shed tears. The 12 great shamans who once shocked the world were now. Only 8 of them were left. What about you? What are you thinking? Flood asked. Boss, I still believe what Zhuo Duo said. Although that brat is a bit dissolute, but such a shameless trick like a sneak attack, he shouldn't be able to do it. The golden-scaled great wizard said. That's right. Although his family is shameless and stingy, they don't have any other problems. Even if they're shameless and stingy, they're upright and upright. Everything is on the surface, Feng Di said. I agree. Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Although he can make your face bleed every time, he's just shameless. Bing Ming nodded. Everyone looked sideways. Damn it. Is there anyone in this world who's more shameless than you? How can you say that? If it weren't for the fact that their mood was too heavy, the Bing Ming witch's words would be enough to make them laugh at him. Brother, you said someone instigated it. Who did it? It's a big matter. I really can't tell you. The Flood Witch sighed and said, I can only say. Now, it's very dangerous. Everyone is in danger. Boundless death. If I'm not wrong, it should be done by that side. Flood's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Which side? Lai Hua and the others became excited. Flood pondered for a while and said, even though Boundless has fallen and the reality is in front of us, I still think it's unrealistic. How could he? Really? Everyone was confused. They asked Flood to make it clear, but Flood didn't say anything. Because he really couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. That person would do such a thing. After that, Flood went to Gong Gong's place. Just as he had expected, the ancestral sorcerers were having a gathering here. Moreover, they had shielded themselves from the outside world and turned it into an extremely private place. I don't believe Tao Ancestor would do such a thing. Dijiang Zuwu's attitude was very clear. The other Zhu Wu also nodded. This was the difference of opinion. Flood, Lai Hua, and the others believed in the astral souls of the human race and the information given by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Dijiang, Gong Gong, and the others believed in Tao Ancestor more. The information given by Zhuo Xiaoduo made them very unhappy. How could Tao Ancestor be the kind of person you said he was? It was simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. This also led to everyone believing and insisting on it. It was difficult to come to a conclusion. In addition, people like Gomong Zhu Wu and Candle Dragon Zhu Wu firmly believed that this matter was done by the demon race. However, they had no evidence. If they wanted to take revenge, they didn't have a good reason. While the Wu people were having a meeting, the demon race's side was even more chaotic. 3 demon commanders were killed by the attackers one after another. The powerful sage Vermilion Bird, because of the sudden attack, hurriedly counterattacked, but he didn't catch it, causing him to be seriously injured. After taking a closer look at the wound, the higher-ups of the demon race were furious. It was a huge and deep saber scar. In the entire world, there was only one person who could use a saber to severely injure the sage Vermilion Bird. The number 1 person in the astral souls, the Sky Inspecting Minister, Zhuo Chonglu. Even though Demon Emperor Dijun and Dong Wang firmly believed that it was definitely not Zhuo Chonglu's doing, the demons below were already agitated and couldn't control themselves. An undercurrent was brewing bit by bit, gradually surging. After a few nights of peace, something finally happened on the astral soul side. The ones who were attacked were the Dao League. One of the 5 remaining elders of the Dao League, Daoist Shuang, was killed on the spot. A heavenly king of the Dao League and dozens of experts also died. Killing methods were based on pure strength and killing with force. At that time, the ones who were best at such methods were Zhu Wu and the great shamans of the Umno Alliance. When Daoist Lei and the others saw their old brothers die, they were extremely heartbroken and emotional. They all swore to the heavens to avenge their brothers. The members of the Dao League rubbed their palms together and were filled with fighting spirit. Following that, accidents happened one after another. Almost all of the incidents and accidents pointed to something. Each of them had a target that fit the character of the murderer. For example, the heavenly kings of the Wu people were assassinated consecutively. The assassins all fled to the astral souls. The situation was similar on the demon race's side. As for the human race, the last traces of the assassins were either traced to the demon race's base camp or the Wu people's base camp. It was very obvious, under such accumulation, the conflict became more and more intense. Gradually, it accumulated to the point where the higher-ups of the 3 races couldn't suppress it anymore. the family's confidants, brothers of the sacrificed heavenly kings, the family's confidants, brothers and subordinates of the dead great shamans, thus so on and so forth. After a long period of anger, grief, and anger, they couldn't suppress it anymore. Finally, on this day, after another heavenly king of the Wu people was killed, Qiangliang Zhu Wu and Gomong Zhu Wu chased the enemy all the way to the human race's astral souls. This time, they didn't return. Instead, they directly landed. After failing to ask for the enemy's whereabouts, they went on a killing spree. And this was where the Dao League's army was stationed. Daoist Yu was the first to arrive. In his grief and anger, he immediately joined the battle. However, he was killed by the two Zhu Wu. Then, the two Zhu Wu slaughtered a bloody path through the thousands of soldiers and horses and left. Along the way, he shouted, "This is satisfying. This is so fucking satisfying." Daoist Yu died in battle. In front of thousands of soldiers, he died in the hands of Zhu Wu. The prelude to the Great War had begun. Faced with such an outcome, even Li Chenglong was at his wit's end and was helpless. This incessant provocation had gone on for too long. The key was that they couldn't catch the real culprit. At such a time, you said you didn't do it. Who would believe you? Every time, the enemy would escape to your place and disappear. Then, you would come out and say that you didn't do it. Then who did it? When the demon race saw the Wu people fighting and killing, they subconsciously thought that the Wu people had found evidence and confirmed that it was the human race's astral souls that did it. Instantly, they became agitated and fanatical. A demon commander had even arrived with his army and joined the battle, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Under such circumstances, even if Zhou Chonglu's family, Demon Emperor Donghuang's family, and Flood stood out to refute the rumors and explain, it was useless. Yes, you higher-ups sympathize with each other. You believe me, I believe you. Do you think the lives of your subordinates will be in vain? If we believe what you say today, our brothers will die one by one at night. If we believe it tomorrow, our brothers will die one by one at night. If you say they didn't do it, can you show us the evidence? The most important thing was that Zhu Wu, Chongliang, and Gomong really did kill the Dao League's Daoist Yu. There had to be an explanation for this. Because of this, the situation took a turn for the worse. There was no turning back. The great battle, under such great pressure and delay, suddenly erupted. It erupted so violently that the higher-ups of the three races couldn't help but sigh. No matter how high their status and prestige were, they couldn't suppress the entire situation. A grand shaman, demon commander, heavenly king, these people had a lot of power. This was obvious. Over tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, the number of intricate relationships in the military was unimaginable. How many friends, brothers, confidants, guards, disciples, descendants, how many people had been promoted by him, how many people had followed him all year round, these were simply enormous. If only one of these people died, the higher-ups could completely suppress it. But two? What about three? What about five? Multiple deaths? No matter how high their prestige was, they couldn't suppress it. Your higher-ups had connections with the other party, but what did that have to do with us? When public opinion was at its boiling point, a single spark could ignite a sea of fire. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The hatred had accumulated to such an extent that it was impossible to not let them vent it. Many of the higher-ups' hardcore supporters who died were dissatisfied with the ruler and committed suicide in grief and anger. When the battle started, hundreds of thousands of people charged into the Dao League's territory. Then, millions of demons suddenly charged out from the demon race's side. They flew in front of the battlefield and landed under the restrictions of the no-fly zone. However, each and every one of them charged forward fearlessly. As the Dao League's human army defended and counterattacked, the casualties suddenly increased like a volcanic eruption. The follow-up troops of the Wu people and the demon race instantly charged forward, as if they had ignited a bomb. The three races fought. Just as the higher-ups of the three races watched in pain, they started fighting. And the more they fought, the more out of control. The more they fought, the more they couldn't stop. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were extremely depressed about this. swollen. Think of a solution. No choice. No choice. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Li Chenglong sighed and said, "Let me give you an example. For example, if the shaman tribe came to inform us that someone was trying to sow discord and that there might be a big incident and that someone in the upper echelon would be assassinated and we have to strengthen our defenses, what would you think?" Then, after the notification, Long Yuxing was assassinated. What would you think? Bear with it, without a target, while trying to find the murderer. Li Zhongming was assassinated and died. What would you think? Bear with it for 2 months. We have to keep doing Wan Li Xiao and Yu Yin Er's work. Then, at this time, Yu Moyan was assassinated. What would you do? If you bear with it, Xiang Chong was assassinated. Li Chenglong said helplessly, "You know them. You think that they were kind enough to inform us first, and you believe that they didn't do what happened after that. But what would Wan Li Xiao, Yu Yin Er, and Zhan Xuejun think? Can you bear with it and not take revenge forever? That's impossible, right?" When it was a fuse, Wan Li Xiao and the others rushed out to fight in anger, and then someone died. At this time, you still want to say that you believe them? Can it work? Li Chenglong said, "This is a dead end. This means that this battle is inevitable. There's no other way." So Xiaoduo sighed. "Actually, there's still a way. There's no other way." Li Chenglong shook his head calmly and said, "Because in the hearts of the higher-ups of the 3 clans, they all want to fight. This is the main reason. Because of all kinds of feelings and relationships, everyone has been dragging it out without prior agreement. But everyone knows in their hearts that such a battle is unavoidable. The next battle, in a way, is actually pushing the boat with the current. This is the most important thing. Under such circumstances, you still want to stop it?" After that, the two of them looked up to the sky and sighed. Just from the sound of the mobilization outside, they knew. This is a battle of survival. A battle of extinction. If they don't die, we will die. This is not the battle of the Sun-Moon Pass. You must know in your hearts. When fighting the enemy, you must kill. What friendship? What appreciation for each other for so many years? What feelings? What friends and enemies? Throw all those weird things to the back of your minds. If you're distracted for even a second, your son will lose his father. Your wife will be hugged by someone else. I'm warning you seriously. Especially you guys who have been fighting on the front lines of the Sun-Moon Pass for countless years. Because if you're too soft-hearted, no one will sympathize with you. They will only laugh at you. They'll laugh at you for being an idiot. This battle, let's not talk about making a contribution. This is for the sake of the entire human race. If you have a trace of pity in your heart, you may be the sinner of the entire human race. Countless officers were shouting and mobilizing at the top of their lungs. Did you hear that? Li Chenglong asked. So Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. Join the battle, Li Chenglong said indifferently. I want to tell you that Demon Emperor Di Jun is naturally grateful to you for saving his son. However, if you were to fight with him, if he had the chance to kill you, he would still shed tears and smash you into pieces with guilt, destroying both your body and soul. I can guarantee that he will look at your corpse and say sorry to you with guilt. The battle had begun, although they were unwilling, and in some ways, they had fallen into the enemy's trap. However, this was how things went. Moreover, the human army was in an extremely bad situation. The Wu people's army and the Shifter's army were attacking from 2 sides. The battlefield stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles and was filled with flesh and blood. Zhuo Xiaoduo's team was not enough, so they joined the battle immediately. Li Chenglong immediately built a high platform and set up a command center. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan hid themselves on the platform to protect the commander. This was something that had to be done. After all, the current assassin was no ordinary person. If the commander of the army was assassinated at this time, that the human army was already being attacked from 2 sides. That would be even worse. In the face of such an assassin, even Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding would not be able to protect them. The only ones who could guarantee that Li Chenglong would be able to command the army calmly were Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Perhaps, not necessarily. Li Chenglong calmly issued military orders one after another. One by one, the troops charged into the battlefield like arrows. Too many troops, under Li Chenglong's command, rushed over like snowflakes under the scorching sun and directly melted into the battlefield. They only did this to buy 10 seconds or 5 seconds for their brothers beside them down on the side of the Dao Alliance's army. It was as if an avalanche had erupted from a volcano. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost thought that the Nether River Patriarch had come to attack when the waves of blood surged into the air. The Kuan Peng Demon Master led his army and rushed into the Dao League's army. In an instant, thousands of miles were covered in blood. Chapter 1426. Under the lead of the Kuan Peng Demon Master, the million-strong demon army charged forward. Instantly, they suppressed the Dao League's army and caused them to be defeated. A heroic soul pass was lifted up from the ground by the Kuan Peng Demon Master and smashed into the Dao Race's army. Blood splattered everywhere. Daoist Feng tried his best to hold on, spitting out blood and burning his life essence. However, it was useless against a peerless expert like the Kuan Peng. With a long roar, Qin Sha and the Sword Lord tore through space and appeared in the void. Clang, 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 the sound of the zither was like a storm. Qin Sha's white clothes were stained with blood. She stood in the sky and plucked the zither strings, causing the sound to spread in all directions. Streaks of formless killing intent surged into the demon army, causing them to be thrown off their feet. The sound waves were earth-shattering and devoured lives. It was like a deadly tsunami that swept across the land. Her expression was solemn and calm. However, her zither music was like a storm that did not stop at all. It was as if she could play it forever until the end of time. The heaven-defying seven-demon zither. The Kuan Peng Demon Master roared and transformed into his huge Kuan Peng true form, charging forward with a momentum that covered the sky. He faced it head-on and charged forward violently. Under the attack of the zither music, the feathers in the sky burned into flames and turned into ashes. Streaks of blood spurted out from the Kuan Peng Demon Master's body like a blood river that, however, he withstood the attack of the sound waves and charged forward against the flow. The huge mountain peaks, formed by the essence soul, smashed down from the sky. Qin Sha spat out blood continuously from the corner of her mouth. However, she remained in midair and did not retreat at all. If she retreated, the millions of Dao League soldiers behind her would face the deadly charge of the Kuan Peng Demon Master. She could not retreat. Please. Thank you. The mighty sword radiance flashed. Following a loud roar, Daoist Feng transformed into a sword radiance that connected the heavens and the earth. He passed by Qin Sha instantly and merged with the sound waves, entering the Kuan Peng Demon Master's essence soul attack domain. That although Qin Sha's strength had improved tremendously in the past few years and reached the Zenith Heaven realm, she did not have any advantage over the Kuan Peng Demon Master, who was already a half-sage. Previously, he was able to stop the Kuan Peng Demon Master for more than 100 seconds. He had already unleashed his life potential and risked his life. However, after coming into contact with the Qi activity just now, the injuries were even more severe. The Kuan Peng Demon Master's attack was resolute and determined. It was clear that he wanted to take down the Qin demon, even if he was injured. There was no doubt that this technique and tactic was correct. Furthermore, his prediction was accurate. The Qin demon was indeed unable to withstand it. She was in imminent danger and her life was at stake. If the Kuan Peng Demon Master really came crashing over, the sound waves of the Zither Demon Master would scatter and it would be difficult for him to gather. There would be no way for him to resist. He would not even have the time to activate the self-detonation and would only die in an instant. However, at that critical moment, Dao Being Feng burned his life force and transformed into a sword beam. He charged past the Zither demons and collided with the Kuan Peng Demon Master. However, with Daoist Feng's cultivation base that had yet to reach the Zenith Heavenly Realm to fight against the strong with the weak, with a loud boom, Daoist Feng self-detonated and died. All his life's life force, cultivation base, and soul were combined into one explosion. Daoist Feng saw the danger from afar and rushed over on his sword. How could he not know that it was impossible for him to withstand the Kuan Peng Demon Master's attack? The moment he rushed over, he had already made the decision to self-detonate. He would use the most extreme method to self-detonate. The entire process was completed in one go. He did not even leave behind any last words and went straight to his death. In the face of Daoist Feng's all-out attack, the Kuan Peng Demon Master's indomitable, flying momentum paused for a moment and even staggered backward. Countless blood streaks spurted out from his huge body. Daoist Feng's extreme self-detonation only caused the Kuan Peng Demon Master to suffer light injuries. Furthermore, this was because the Kuan Peng Demon Master had suffered too many attacks from the sound waves. His body was covered with fine injuries, and they were all exposed after this attack. However, they were really only superficial injuries and did not affect him at all. The result of Daoist Feng's attack was only to stop the Kuan Peng Demon Master's earth-shattering attack, and Qin Sha grunted. Her white robes fluttered, and she retreated more than 1,000 feet. She hurriedly took out an elixir and stuffed it into her mouth. She was completely suppressed by the Kuan Peng Demon Master's sudden attack. Not only was she seriously injured, she was also caught off guard and did not have the chance to recover. She did not even have the time to take an elixir. So much so that the remaining half of the heaven-mending stone he had was still in his spatial ring, at a moment's difference, and she was about to die. Daoist Feng's all-out attack not only stopped the Kuan Peng Demon Master's death attack, but also gave Qin Sha time to recover. After swallowing a large amount of elixirs and wearing the heaven-mending stone on her body, Qin Sha finally heaved a sigh of relief. She could still taste the thick taste of blood in her mouth, and her heart was beating wildly. That was the lingering fear of escaping death. Looking at the Kuan Peng Demon Master, whose body was like a towering mountain, a look of determination flashed across Qin Sha's face. She could not help but turn her head and look into the distance. In the distance, there was a powerful force bursting forth. They were fighting and clashing. Qin Sha was very familiar with that power. That was the power fluctuation of Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding. Although they were far away, Qin Sha only needed to feel to know. A trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful eyes again. A long time ago, that every time she fought, she would fight side by side with Zhuo Changlu. She did not know when it started, but he started to bring a little girl with him every day. She seemed to have mocked him before. What's the matter with bringing a little girl with him? He would be called a strange uncle. Later, they got married. The strange uncle married the little girl. Qin Sha attended the wedding with a smile and a face full of blessings. She even organized the celebration activities. Normally, she was still as carefree and calm as before. The only difference was, Qin Sha, who always liked to wear red clothes, did not wear red clothes from that time onwards. After so many years, Qin Sha did not get involved in the relationship between a man and a woman. Her personality also became more and more distant, more and more arrogant. She was almost unapproachable. Later on in the battle, she stayed near Wu Yuding. Later on, after Wu Yuding became the rain demon, Qin Sha did not appear beside Wu Yuding anymore. Until now, in all the battles, she was far away from Wu Yuding. When Wu Yuding was weak, she was afraid that Wu Yuding would die in battle. She was afraid that Zhuo Changlu would be sad and lose his state of mind. At that time, if there was really danger, she would rather die in place of Wu Yuding than let Zhuo Changlu be sad. But after their powers were on par, she was afraid that if she died protecting Wu Yuding, the two of them would feel guilty for the rest of their lives and lose their state of mind. Her face was cold and her temperament was arrogant. But she thought everything through and did everything well. Today, Zhuo Changlu and his wife's cultivation had far surpassed Qin Sha's. She could only keep silent. Perhaps from now on, fighting was all she had. Her gaze focused on the Kuan Peng Demon Master in front of her again. She felt the cultivation in her body gradually recovering and took a deep breath. Perhaps this life had come to an end. this was her clear premonition at this moment. Taking a deep breath, she raised the 7 demons' zither again. Her fingers, which were already dripping with blood, landed firmly on the zither strings. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to freeze. Even a flow of air stopped because of this. A wave of awe-inspiring aura filled the sky. The Kuan Peng demon master, who was about to charge forward again, suddenly stopped. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. He opened his huge eyes and stared at the petite figure in the air in front of him. At this moment, he felt a threat to his life. This feeling made his heart tremble. He had a realization. He clearly felt that the little human woman in front of him had the intention to die together with him, just like the crazy Taoist who rushed over to risk his life just now. The Kuan Peng demon master still didn't know who the Taoist was, but it didn't stop him from recognizing that the Taoist was the crazy Taoist. And the little woman in front of him was also like the crazy Taoist. She knew that her combat ability was not as good as his. Her cultivation was not as good as his, and her combat skills were not as good as his. But she still dared to risk her life for him. At this moment, the zither strings were plucked. Waves of cold and rapid sounds seemed to come from the 9 heavens. Waves of sound waves turned into sharp arrows that could destroy souls. They flew out in circles and arcs. Large groups of demon warriors were torn apart by the sound of the zither. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, in that short period of time, Kuan Peng Demon Master had only hesitated for a few seconds, and hundreds of thousands of elite demons had already been killed. As the Demon Master, the Kuan Peng Demon Master couldn't bear it. He roared and rushed forward. He felt ashamed for his cowardice. He didn't deserve the title of the Demon Master. He moved. Qin Sha, on the other hand, did not hesitate to face him. Qin Sha understood. Zhuo Changlu and the others tried their best to block the attacks of Zhu Wu and the Demon Emperor from all directions. On this side, only the Kuan Peng Demon Master was strong enough. If he couldn't stop them, it would be over. This battle line would definitely fall in an instant. On the high platform, Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that things were not going well. He transformed in the void and tore through space to rush to Qin Sha's side. As an invisible guardian and firefighter on a battlefield, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already saved Nanzheng Qian, Wu Taijiang, Dongfang Zhengyang, Tai Mengru, and the others over a dozen times. The human race seemed to be doing well. Their overall strength had increased greatly. The 4 great commanders and the veteran experts had all improved greatly and reached the zenith heavenly realm. However, as they improved too quickly, their strength wasn't stable. Most of them were in the early or middle stages of the zenith heavenly realm. Compared to the peak experts of the liches, there was still a huge gap. Facing the attacks of the liches and demons from both sides, they didn't have the upper hand. Their individual strength was also at a disadvantage. If not for Zhuo Xiaoduo's help, many of the peak experts of the human race would have fallen. As for the situation on Qin Sha's side, he had already seen it. It was just that Daoist Feng was determined to face death and self-destruct to give the Kuan Peng a head-on blow. Although there was little effect, if Qin Sha fought steadily and entangled with the Kuan Peng, it would be enough to last for a while. However, Qin Sha's choice was out of Zhuo Xiaoduo's expectation. She looked like she was going to die together with the enemy at the last moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know that Qin Sha was determined to die. Naturally, he had to rush to her aid. He couldn't just sit and watch her die. Until now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had rushed out more than a dozen times. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan was still hidden on the high platform. She didn't move at all from the beginning to the end. That terrifying assassin didn't show up at all. In order to deal with this inevitable enemy, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't move. On the high platform, Li Chenglong was in charge of the flags. He gave out orders continuously. He was calm, and his words were clear. The orders that came out of his mouth were always so direct and effective. Currently, there were more than a few million soldiers. Under his orders, they rushed to the battlefield and turned into heroic spirits. However, Li Chenglong didn't even frown. That was because his heart had turned into ice since the beginning of the battle. It was also like a mirror that clearly reflected the situation of the entire battlefield. There was nothing that was missed out. Order the 63rd Division to attack the Leopard Demon Division on the right flank of the demon race. The meaning of Death Impact was obvious. It was to use death to defeat the enemy. It was an attack of self-destruction. It was an order of death. The other side had already rushed to the heroic spirit pass. The situation was critical. They had to destroy this momentum in one blow. Otherwise, the entire defense line would be in danger. The 63rd Division, which was the closest to them, was the 63rd Division. The leading general didn't hesitate at all. He immediately led the army to turn around. Death Impact. Brothers, let's go home. Let's go home. Ha ha. 50,000 soldiers shot into the sky like a giant arrow. They burned their lives and souls, burning everything they had as they charged forward. There was no hesitation. The moment they charged into the enemy's circle, they all self-destructed. Boom! The entire army, along with the leopard army of the demon race, turned into smoke and dust, becoming one with the sky. After a shocking explosion, a large area of the entire battlefield was suddenly emptied out. Everyone was silent. On the other side, Qinsha was about to collide with Kun Peng Demon Master. Just as she was about to self-destruct and go all out to severely injure Kun Peng, Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure flashed and was already in between the two of them. The 9-9 cat hammer turned into layers of mountains and hammered on Kun Peng Demon Master's head. Ouch! The Demon Master wailed. He felt dizzy and his head was buzzing. However, he didn't dare to hesitate at all. With a swoosh, his huge figure disappeared and turned into a shao, thin green smoke. He escaped far away. Since he met Zhuo Xiaoduo, he had to leave quickly. Demon Master Kun Peng's strength was only below the three most powerful demons, Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Dongwang. With his peak half-sage cultivation, he could look down on the world. However, Kun Peng Demon Master knew his limits. He had seen Zhuo Xiaoduo's battle and heard about Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength from the Demon Emperor. He knew that if he fought head-on with Zhuo Xiaoduo, he would be courting death. If he didn't run now, when would he? Zhuo Xiaoduo chased Kun Peng for 1,500 kilometers and hammered him 900 times. The green smoke was severely injured. Finally, the Kun Peng Demon Master managed to escape. This wasn't because of Kun Peng's strength or luck, but because Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't dare to chase him any further. Kun Peng was a half-sage after all. If he pushed him too far and forced him into a dead end, he might self-destruct. Even if he didn't die, he would inevitably be injured. In the current battle situation, he couldn't afford to be injured that after severely injuring Kun Peng, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't stay. He immediately tore open space and returned. After all, Li Chenglong was more important than according to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's prediction. The most crucial point of this battle was that the mysterious man would take advantage of the opportunity to kill Li Chenglong. As long as Li Chenglong, the command tower, fell, the human command center would be cut off. How could they resist the attacks from both the shaman and the demon clan? From the current situation, Li Chenglong's existence was even more important than Zhuo Chonglu and his wife and the commander of the Four Directions. He was only a little less important than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Well, it wasn't that he wanted to praise Zhuo Xiaoduo. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's current cultivation strength, he was almost the most powerful person in the world. If it weren't for Zhuo Xiaoduo's help, the human defense line would have collapsed long ago. Based on this point alone, Zhuo Xiaoduo was indeed more important than Li Chenglong. What was more, Li Chenglong even suspected that the mysterious man's only concern might be Zhuo Xiaoduo's unrivaled strength, unimaginable luck, and immeasurable fate. Every aspect of his strength was beyond the mysterious man's expectation. When Zhuo Xiaoduo was chasing after Kun Peng Demon Master, Zhuo Xiaoyan was still hiding on one side of the high platform. When Li Chenglong gave the order, the space behind him on the left side was silently broken. A green figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With a flash of sword light, it pierced towards Li Chenglong's neck like a bolt of lightning. This sword was silent, breathless, lifeless, and lifeless. It was full of the intent of death. Li Chenglong, who was giving orders, reacted quickly and dodged the fatal sword. Although he was eager to win the battle, he had never wavered in his prediction that someone would launch a sneak attack on him. He had always been vigilant, paying attention to all the changes in his surroundings. How could it be that he reacted in time, without any reason? However, the opponent's sword was like a maggot in the bone. It didn't slow down because of Li Chenglong's timely dodging. It chased after him without leaving a trace. The opponent's reaction speed was even faster than Li Chenglong's. However, the slight delay caused by Li Chenglong's dodging of the first sword had already taken effect. Clang. In the void, a sword suddenly shot out. The sword that was rushing to help and the sword that was chasing after him collided with each other. In an instant, sparks flew. It was Zhuo Xiaoyan who had come to help. At the same time, the cold air that could freeze 1,000 miles was condensed into a space of 30 feet. The powerful freezing was Xiao Duo's ultimate mysterious ice space. The god-slaying spear, Yin Shursi, pierced into the void like a furious dragon. The ice flames also surged wildly. All of these were activated at the same time as Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword. In a huge piece of mysterious ice, a green figure was still in a sword-slaying posture. His body that was pierced by the god-slaying spear was disappearing. The mysterious ice space was also exploding. That the opponent's strength was unpredictable. Even if the few of them worked together to predict the opponent's move and cooperate well, it was already their limit to trap the opponent for a moment. However, this moment was enough for Zhuo Xiaoyan to see who it was. Patriarch Mingyi. Zhuo Xiaoyan was surprised. In her memory, when did Mingyi have such a high cultivation base? Not only did he launch a sneak attack on Li Chenglong, but he also almost killed Li Chenglong. Could it be that this guy had made a fortune? Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had fought Patriarch Mingyi head-on, thought that she knew his cultivation base very well. Patriarch Mingyi's cultivation base was definitely not weak. He could be ranked as one of the top experts in the world. However, he was at most a beginner-level precinct. Moreover, he had to combine his own magic treasures and the Blood River to be at its most vigorous state. However, after being besieged from all directions, not only was the Blood River severely damaged, but his Avicii Yuan killer twin swords were also damaged. His strength was greatly reduced. He should have been killed by Li Chenglong, who had been accumulating power for a long time after his sneak attack failed. Why did he still need her help? At this moment, the air was distorted. In the almost perfect seal of the trap, Patriarch Mingyi, who was trapped in the mysterious ice space, disappeared directly. What was left in the frozen space was a green robe that was being burned by the ice flame, and a small green jade pendant that was gradually turning into ashes. 100 miles away, Zhuo Xiaoduo was rushing back from tearing the space apart. Suddenly, he felt the traces of tearing the space apart around him. He didn't think at all and directly struck out with a hammer that could destroy the universe. Get out! With a scream, Patriarch Mingyi's twisted body fell out of the tearing space. Blood was spurting out all over his body. Coincidentally, Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer landed on his chest, and the Nether River Patriarch was almost smashed into pieces. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was still extremely weak and close to death. His life-saving trump card had been used up on the high platform just now. Now that he was facing Zhuo Xiaoduo and was hit by a thunderous hammer, he could not even run away. He could only wait for death. He was extremely miserable. He had already torn the space apart, but he was met with such an unreasonable person who directly smashed him with a hammer. Give it to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo's greedy heart rose again. He snatched the infinite pain sword from Mingyi's hand at once. At the same time, he smashed down with his hammer. Facing a primeval powerhouse, it was not enough to be on the verge of death. It was best to be alive. And yet, in that very moment, space itself rippled, and the Nether River Patriarch's battered body suddenly vanished. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. He waved his twin hammers and shook the space violently. All the martial artists within 100 miles, regardless of the Wu people or the demon race, were turned into powder. There was a faint groan in the void, but it slowly disappeared as the ripples in the air shook. "Come out. I want to talk to you," Zhuo roared. The other side was silent. Zhuo was unwilling to give up. He smashed his hammer a few more times, but it did not have any effect. Seeing that the high platform had recovered, he simply turned around and chased in the direction where Demon Master Kunpeng retreated. Kill for 3,000 miles. The high platform's layout had been destroyed. The other party would not come again. Since he did not kill Mingi today, he might as well kill Kunpeng completely. It was said that Kunpeng was the most unyielding of the demon race. If he was killed, they might have a better discussion in the future. Kunpeng Demon Master had just recovered a little. He took a few breaths. This guy was also unyielding. He was leading his troops to charge back. "Charge with me again," he roared and led his troops to charge back. Then, he saw that Zhuo's counterattack was even faster than his. "Fuck! Retreat with me." With a turn of his butt, he spurred his horse to go back. The surrounding demon race troops had just heard Kunpeng's ordered charge. They turned around and were about to run away. However, they were ordered to retreat again. For a moment, many demon race members turned around quickly. Their minds were in a daze. If it wasn't for the fact that he was strong, if he had a bit of a midlife crisis, he would probably have a problem forcefully twisting his waist like that. Kunpeng Demon Master ran for his life. He did not even turn back. Only after personally experiencing the might of the two hammers would one be able to understand how terrifying and powerful they were. It was not only invincible among the same level, it was invincible. Furthermore, Kunpeng was half a level lower than Zhuo. He was not a match for Zhuo. Just one exchange was more than enough for him. Kunpeng Demon Master swore that he would never exchange blows with Zhuo again. That was because he would be sending himself to death. Those two hammers were too heavy, too hard, and they could be big or small. There were endless changes. Too dangerous. In the sky, the grand sun primordial fire burned fiercely. The two demon race crown princes saw that they were defeated and came to support. They flew closer and closer in the sky and could already see them. Their eyes widened. "Fuck it, Zhuo." The two sons immediately turned around and ran. Unfortunately, it was too late. They did not have the speed of Kunpeng. "You want to leave after coming here?" A huge hammer flew out of his hand. Its powerful power tore the space apart and chased after the sons. Poof! One of the sons was covered in thick smoke. Like a fighter jet that had its engine hit, it fell crookedly with a long-tailed. Then there was an earth-shattering scream that lasted for a long time. The 9-9 kitty hammer that was hit flew back quickly. The huge gourd in the sky suddenly became as big as a city. Zhuo's voice was like rolling thunder. "Kunpeng, I'm calling you. Do you dare to answer me?" The Kunpeng Demon Master, who was in the midst of escaping, drilled into the ground without uttering a single word. He didn't even dare to think about it. "Answer? Answer your head. Do you think I'm stupid?" Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Zhuo teamed up with Wu Yuding and Demon King Dongwang again. Both parties retreated, just like what Li Qinglong said. The four of them showed a helpless expression, as if they were very unwilling. But they did not hold back when they attacked each other. The demon emperors He Tu and Luo Shu had appeared. If Zhuo had not left behind two gourds in the Tai Chi diagram here, even if Zhuo and Wu Yuding's strength were not inferior to the other party, it would have been difficult for them to deal with it. But with the addition of the two gourds and the Taiji diagram, the Demon King and Dongwang were suppressed. It was only because the two of them were not the original owners of the gourds and the Taiji diagram that their abilities were limited. Otherwise, Demon King Dongwang would be the one at a disadvantage. Dongwang's bell continued to ring, almost covering the entire battlefield. The mountains and rivers above fell down piece by piece and returned piece by piece. All kinds of mythical beasts with patterns on them were rushing out in groups. The battle between the four of them had reached a boundary. Demon King Dongwang slowly retreated. Zhuo and Wu Yuding did not hesitate at all. They rushed directly to the battlefield between the human race and the Umno Alliance. There was no time to rest once the battle started. Although the astral souls had the upper hand in terms of overall strength, facing the attacks from both the Umno Alliance and the demon race at the same time, it was not enough to divide their forces. Not to mention, Zhuoduo and Zhuoxianyan had to leave one person on the high platform to protect Li Chenglong from being assassinated. This situation made Li Chenglong very uncomfortable, but he had to use this passive method. Because if they could successfully find the mysterious person behind the scenes, they could stop the ultimate war between the three races, or at least slow it down. Now, although they found the Nether River Patriarch, it was impossible for the Nether River Patriarch to be the mysterious person. The Nether River Patriarch had the ability to assassinate the higher-ups of the three races, but he did not have the guts to do so. And he even escaped that in that case. Who was the mysterious person? And how could they find him? This was the most important thing of the moment, but it was also the most difficult thing to do. 7200. Chapter 1427. They sent the Nether River Patriarch to assassinate me. They are looking down on me. Li Chenglong truly felt that he was being looked down upon, despised, and even ignored. I am a peerless master, a military advisor. But why did I almost fail to dodge it? This hurts my self-esteem even more. Li Chenglong felt even more annoyed when he thought of this. After all, according to Li Chenglong's strength, even if the Nether River Patriarch was in his prime, he might not be able to defeat Li Chenglong. However, the situation now was that the strength of the Nether River Patriarch was completely different from what they had predicted. What was even more ridiculous was that no one knew what method the Nether River Patriarch had used to completely evade everyone's perception. His strength was at least twice as strong as the Nether River Patriarch in everyone's estimation. Moreover, he had a method that no one knew or understood. This meant that if Li Chenglong was the only one on the high platform, not only would the Nether River Patriarch have a high chance of succeeding, but he would also have a high chance of succeeding. The Nether River Patriarch must have used some treasure or some strange method to improve his strength. Otherwise, there is no way he could improve so quickly. This doesn't make sense. Li Chenglong thought to himself. But to have such a method, to be able to improve a master like the Nether River Patriarch so quickly, in the entire world there is only this man. Li Chenglong subconsciously sighed as he looked at the battlefield that was still in a stalemate. The battle line was too long. His divine sense could not reach the furthest edge of the battlefield. As far as the eye could see, there were huge millstones of flesh and blood. In some places, the astral souls had the absolute advantage. However, in other places, they were in a disadvantageous position. They were even in danger of being completely wiped out. Faced with such a situation, the only thing they could do was to continuously send troops to fill up the gaps without affecting the other places. And all the troops that were sent to the front line were basically doomed to die. In some places, it was a stalemate. In some places, it was hard to determine the winner. In some places, it was a massacre. However, in some places, it was just a matter of time. Although the astral souls had a lot of top-tier human experts, it was still impossible for them to cover all aspects of such a huge battlefield. The gap between them was too huge. However, all the members of the team followed in the footsteps of Zhuoduo and became firefighters. As soon as they stabilized the situation here and suppressed the enemy, they immediately tore through space and rushed to the next battlefield to provide assistance. After a while, a feeling of exhaustion grew in his heart. But other than that, there was no better way. As the battle dragged on, Li Chenglong's extremely subtle, calm, and callous command became more and more effective. Li Chenglong had truly achieved his goal of commanding without rest. He had used every inch of steel on the blade. As long as Li Chenglong calculated every point, he would use the smallest sacrifice to obtain the greatest victory. This could be said to be a miracle in military history. It was also the beginning of the legend of Li Chenglong, the army god of astral souls. It was the beginning of a myth. At the beginning of the battle, the astral souls were completely defeated. On the 12th day, they were evenly matched. Then, little by little, inch by inch, the subtle changes gradually turned into a slight advantage, and then into a slight advantage that at this moment, Li Qinglong could finally breathe a sigh of relief. According to his conjecture, if everyone did not retreat and continue to fight like this, the Star Soul Realm humans would gain the upper hand in at most 2 days. Moreover, they would have an overwhelming advantage, and there would be no room for turning the situation around. Li Qinglong felt a little comforted by this situation. In the past few days, Li Qinglong had encountered as many as 7 assassination attempts. Although there were no mishaps every time, Zhuo Xiaoyan was extremely tired. He couldn't afford to be distracted for a moment, and he didn't dare to be distracted. As for the battlefield, the life and death battles did not stop at all. The situation of the battle was so tragic that it was beyond words. In the beginning, everyone was still patient and restrained. Although it was a life and death battle, they still stopped at the point of raising their hands and slashing down with their swords. But later on, both sides' eyes were red, and they began to use all means possible to destroy the other side as their first priority. Who cares about instigation now? Can we coexist without instigation? Sooner or later, it will be a life and death battle. Under the clear sky tribulation, only one clan will be left. Either you die or I die. What instigation? What treachery? What conspiracy? Let's have a good fight. Even without instigation, I don't want to guard the Sun-Moon Pass for another 10,000 years. Even if I have to guard it for another year, or even half a year, I don't want to. My parents, sons, daughters, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, all died in the Sun-Moon Pass. I've lived alone for 2,000 years. I've been lonely for too long. Who knows my fucking pain? They only know that they understand me, support me, and die with me. Go into the grave all by yourself. I should be the one lying there being worshipped. I've lived long enough. I'm tired of living. Now, most of our brothers are gone. Do we still want to be an old bachelor? Kill them all. Who cares about instigation? What conspiracy? We've died with the witches and demons. Compared with the humans and the Wu people, the demon clan was the calmest. They were even shocked and scared. All the demons were shocked, and horrified when they saw the humans and magi who had completely gone mad charging forward without any regard for their own lives. They would self-destruct at the slightest provocation and drag the enemies around them down with them. They could clearly feel that these two groups of people were like lunatics. Their purpose of charging forward was not to kill, but to die. Not only to die, but also to die as soon as possible. If he could drag the enemy down with him, it would be even better. It would be even more meaningful. If they couldn't, it was okay. The two groups of people grinned hideously, roared, howled, and charged forward at the fastest speed, and with the greatest strength they had ever used in their lives, they crashed into each other and self-exploded. In the end, the whole battlefield was full of explosions. Every second, more than a dozen powerful Demon Clan members would self-explode. The tragic battlefield was filled with the echoes of death. The string in everyone's heart that had been stretched taut for thousands of years had been completely stretched taut. Especially the deaths of their brothers, their comrades, and so on. In everyone's eyes, there was nothing but blood. This was a common thing on the battlefield, a kind of inertia. When the war reached a certain point, the soldiers on the battlefield would become mentally deranged. They wouldn't think of anything else except destruction. Destruction of the enemies or destruction of themselves. Negative emotions would only accumulate. When it reached a critical point, there was only one extreme. The fact that the warriors of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls could hold on for so long in this endless battle was already a miracle. But no matter how miraculous it was finally the time to break the string. Standing on a high platform, Li Qinglong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly. His expression became extremely unsightly, because he knew that the limit of human nature was reached. Under such circumstances, even those who were on the brink of death and only had a single breath of life left would erupt with unprecedented combat power. This was the limit and resilience of human beings. It was often said that an ordinary person lifted a car that weighed a few tons by himself at a critical moment. There were also people who broke through the speed of a world champion and ran downstairs to catch their child who fell from upstairs. These were things that couldn't be fully explained in the age of chaos. But in this era of martial arts, there was only one sentence. That was, the strong stimulation had broken the string in this person's heart. It allowed him to do something that was impossible for him to do in this extremely short period of time. Even if he died of exhaustion 10,000 times, he still wouldn't be able to do it. And this kind of thing was called a miracle by the people. Similarly, there is a 99% chance that the person who created this miracle would not have a second chance to do the same thing in his entire life. There were too many miracles, but repeated miracles could no longer be called a miracle. And now, this kind of phenomenon, this kind of situation appeared so frequently on the battlefield, and it couldn't be a good thing, because each of these warriors had already reached the point of exhaustion. If they recuperated well, they could still recover and even master their current state, which was the so-called tempering of life and death, and achieve a breakthrough. But if they were stuck in this kind of situation where they could only destroy everything without caring about anything, only death awaited them. Because of the long-term influence of the surrounding atmosphere, they had the thought of not wanting to live anymore, and it was endless. If they continued endlessly, they would only rush towards death, and they would no longer have the thought of living. Li Chenglong knew the beginning and end of this situation, and he also understood the terrible consequences of this situation. But now that he was facing it, he truly experienced it firsthand. This kind of situation, combined with the current atmosphere, was actually unsolvable. In this world, most of the problems could be solved through various ways and methods. But there were always some problems that even the wise and saints couldn't solve. Because of this, Li Chenglong ordered the retreat of the troops. He was willing to give up the victory that was not too far away and try his best to save the lives of his soldiers. On the entire battlefield, the order of the astral souls to retreat reverberated like a tsunami. The military order, which was supposed to be the law, fell into the ears of the millions of soldiers who were stuck in that strange situation. But they were all indifferent because they could no longer hear it. In their eyes, hearts, and ears, there was only the enemy, only destruction, only slaughter, and only death. Right now, they could no longer be considered as humans, but ghosts with only one obsession. On the entire battlefield, countless places were ceasing fighting and retreating, but there were also areas where the Umno Alliance soldiers and the Astral Soul soldiers didn't retreat. They fiercely clashed with each other and self-destructed. When they killed the enemy, they also killed themselves. Suddenly, the flood which roared and transformed into a 10,000-foot tall giant that descended on the battlefield. She shouted, "Everyone stop! Everyone stop!" But the soldiers from both sides who were stuck in a death match didn't listen to her. They stared straight at each other, dragging their wounded and tattered bodies and killing each other. With self-destruction as the focus, stop, boom, boom, boom. Loud noises continued to ring out, deafening and soul-stirring. Hundreds of battlefields, one after another, continuously reverberated with earth-shattering explosions. All the soldiers who were still conscious stood upright with tears streaming down their faces, using their eyes to send off their comrades. Originally, the battle that even the commanders couldn't stop was stopped by these hundreds of thousands of self-destructions. On the entire battlefield, hundreds of millions of soldiers from all three sides. After the explosion stopped, there was complete silence. For the first time, Zhuo realized that the heroic aura that was only used to describe actually existed, and it was unprecedentedly intense. This heroic aura filled the entire battlefield. Plumes of thick smoke scattered across the battlefield, shot straight into the sky, and were blown away by the wind. Everyone stood in silence. Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Wang, Tai Yi, Demon Empress Shi He, Zhu Wu, Flood, Zhu Chonglu, Wu Yuding. 14 of the top leaders of the three sides stood in the middle of the battlefield, looking at each other, speechless for a long time. Everyone's eyes were filled with unspeakable pain and agony. On the demon's side, 160 of the 240 demon gods who participated in the battle died. 3 of the 8 Golden Crow princes died, and the other casualties were uncountable. On the Wu people's side, Jinlin, Shihai, and the Wind Arch died in this battle. The high-ranking martial warriors of the Heavenly King stage were almost all killed. There were only 6 left, and all 6 of them were heavily injured. On the human side, almost all of the higher-ups of the Dao Alliance had died in battle, except for Daoist Thunder. 17 Heavenly Kings had died in battle, and over 30 commanders had died in battle. The rest of the Dao Alliance had suffered an uncountable number of casualties. Of the 200 million strong elite soldiers who had joined the battle, over 140 million had died in battle. On the human side of the Astral Souls, Sword King died in battle, and the Northern Army, including Beigong Hao, was wiped out. From then on, there was no Northern Army in the Astral Souls continent. Nan Zhengxian was attacked by 3 Heavenly Kings of the Umno Alliance, and he was trapped in the core of the self-explosion, causing his divine soul to shatter. His broken body was rescued by his subordinates, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His divine soul was so badly injured that even Zhua Xiaoduo was helpless. It was no different from being crippled. 12 primordial chaos cultivators died in battle. Qin Sha was severely injured. Lei Changtian was severely injured. Wu Taijiang was severely injured, and Yu Xingqian was severely injured. Apart from Qin Sha, who was still conscious, the other 3 were in a deep coma, and it was unknown when they would wake up. The number of casualties was shocking to the eye. In fact, this was all thanks to Zhou Xiaoduo and the Boo Boo Brigade, who did their best to put out the fire. If not for them, more than half of the people who were seriously injured would not have survived. It was also because of this that Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, Zhen Piapiao, and Gao Xiao'er in the Boo Boo Brigade were severely injured. Among them, Li Zhongming's divine soul was on the verge of collapse because he had used the Great Dream divine technique beyond his limits. In a sense, his situation was even worse than Nan Zhengxian's. Now, the battle finally came to an end. All 3 sides were heartbroken because of the losses in battle. The 14 people, who were at the peak of the 3 races, looked at each other as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, they did not say anything. The Flood, which was the first to turn around. Her tall body turned and left without a word. Then, not far from her, the Lai Hua couple, the Ice Nether Witch, the Dan Kong Witch, and the Poison Witch followed silently. The 5 brothers walked side by side, but their backs were unprecedentedly bleak and lonely. The 12 great witches of the Umno Alliance had worked together to overcome countless difficulties. They had never suffered any losses, but unexpectedly, in just a few months, half of them had died. It was obvious how painful it was for the remaining people. Dijiang Zhu Wu and Gonggong Zhu Wu turned and looked at the Flood leaving. The expression in their eyes was extremely complicated. In this battle, among the 8 Zhu Wu, 3 of them were seriously injured, but they could still hold on. Immediately, they waved their hands and gave the order to rest. Then, they left without a word. Monster Emperor Jun sighed and turned to leave. Xia hugged the Book of Luo. The incident with Yiqiong back then was not far away. Just in case, she had placed a strand of her son's souls in the Book of Luo's space. During the Great Witch-Demon War, it was because of this precaution that the lives of her sons were saved. Now, it was the same method that saved the lives of her 3 dead sons. Although reincarnation and growth would take at least 1,000,000 years. For an existence like Shiha, it was enough that her son souls were not completely destroyed. The Demon Empress did not want to experience the pain of losing her sons again. Now, the Demon Empress' heart was filled with joy. If she had not prepared this backup plan, how could she bear the loss of her 3 sons after today's battle? Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding looked around and observed the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with dullness. There was not even a single groan from the wounded. There were clearly so many people present, but it was as if it was an empty field. There were only densely packed pits from near to far. Many of the foundations of the ground had already turned into floating dust. It looked intact and was only slightly lower than other places, but in fact, it was completely void of any texture. If one suddenly stepped on it, one would easily sink into a pit that was hundreds of meters deep. Zhuo Changlu's eyes were inexplicably sore and hot. He raised his head and took a deep breath. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Today's battle, the most tragic battle of my life. Countless brothers. Today we are going home." Wu Yuting's tears fell. "Let's go back and see the exact casualties." At this moment, Zhuo Zhanglu even had a subtle feeling that he didn't dare to look back. He knew that the casualties were not light, but he did not expect it to be so serious. After returning, Zhuo Changlu looked at the name list that was presented to him. His face was pale and his eyes were wide open. He was speechless for a long time. Beigong Nanzhengxian. These two names cut Zhuo Zhanglu's heart like a knife. Nanzhengxian. Is there any hope? Zhuo Changlu turned his head and asked. On the side was Li Chenglong. Uncle Nan's situation is not optimistic. His life is saved, but his divine soul has almost been completely destroyed, and his divine sense is completely gone. With the current means, it is already the limit to ensure that he is still breathing. Maybe if Zhuo's cultivation can improve, there may be a chance. The current treatment methods are in vain. Zhuo Changlu raised his head and evaporated the tears in his eyes. He said faintly, "What about the others?" Senior Lei, Chang Tian, and the Emperor just exhausted too much of their vitality and divine soul. They only need to rest for a while to recover. But they definitely can't go to the battlefield in the near future. Uncle Wu Tiezhang's situation is a little more serious, but not to the extent of Marshal Nan. He needs a long time to recover. Anqin Sha's injuries are not light. Fortunately, she didn't lose consciousness. With her own guidance and various treatment methods, she is in a better condition than everyone else. Is there a detailed count of the casualties? According to the data reported, the Astral Souls Dao League has a total of... Li Chenglong sighed deeply. 349,032,181 people. The reason why it was so precise was because it was the most basic respect for the heroes who died in this battle. 350 million. That many? Hearing this number, Zhuo Changlu only felt that his heart was about to burst from the pain. Almost 60% of the elites of the human race had been lost in this battle. The heroic soul passes that were built before were all destroyed in this intense battle. Not a single one of them could be preserved. The defense line of the astral souls could be said to have been completely broken. However, neither the monster race nor the Wu people would choose to take a detour. The hatred between them was as deep as the ocean. They would not rest until one of them was dead, avoiding the main force and attacking the weak points. The tactic of attacking the rear was meaningless. What they needed to do was to crush all the humans in this area who were stubbornly resisting. If they won here, they would be the rulers of the continent. The battlefield was silent and solemn. Countless soldiers were wandering around the battlefield. There were sorcerer tribesmen, demon tribesmen, and also human tribesmen. It was now the time for a truce. The three sides had tacitly agreed that there would be no more fighting during this period. This was the only safe time. The soldiers came out in groups, searching for any traces of their comrades in the ruined battlefield. From the battlefield to the camp, it was calm and silent. In the past, after every battle, if one listened carefully, there would always be low sobbing, muffled cursing, swearing to take revenge, and so on. All kinds of sounds. But this time, the number of people who died was hundreds or thousands of times more than the number of people who died in every war. Yet no one cried. No one even spoke. There was not even the sound of blades being sharpened, which was always there in the past. There was only silence in the air. Countless soldiers, wrapped in bandages, sat in their tents with their heads lowered or outside. Those who smoked quietly took out their cigarettes and lowered their heads to light them. They stuck one cigarette into the ground and held another in their mouths. They just lowered their heads and smoked silently. There were also countless people who went back to their beds and covered themselves with their blankets, not moving at all. Most people were in the same position. They sat on the ground, bent their legs, lowered their heads, hugged their heads, and didn't move for a long time. Only big drops of tears fell on the ground and made a very soft sound. The higher-ups were the same. There was no post-battle summary or morale boosting. When it was their turn to search the battlefield, they quietly received the order and walked forward silently. Everywhere they passed, the soldiers with their heads down automatically stood up and followed behind the first person. They lined up and walked out. Countless soldiers who didn't go to war and were on duty to prepare hot meals for their brothers came out with rows of snow-white steam buns that were steaming. They looked blankly at the empty courtyard. "My meal is ready. Why didn't you come and eat? Is it not delicious?" Tears finally poured down. "You're all gone. You're all gone to only I, the cook, left behind those huge steamers and huge pots. Those are for hundreds of people to cook. You're all not here, and you're leaving these things to me? Since you're not here, what's the use of leaving utensils?" A cold wind blew. The steaming and fragrant steamed buns slowly lost their temperature and became cold in the wind. No one came to eat. The cook squad leader held a spoon and stood alone at the entrance of the cafeteria, tears streaming down his face. "Where are my brothers?" So Xiaoduo checked on the injuries of Nan Zhengxian and the others again. He thought about it again and again before he ground the 9 transformations golden pill and dissolved it in a bucket of water. He fed everyone a bowl, hoping that they would be lucky, even though he knew that this was just for peace of mind. Then he pulled Zhu Xiaoyan and walked out quietly. "What's wrong? Let's go find someone." "Who? My master?" Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. After Mu Yinyan's disappearance, Zhu Xiaoyan could be said to be worried day and night. She had tried many methods, including Zhu Xiaonua's manifestation technique, but she still couldn't find anything. She didn't know where Master got the ability to hide so well, however. This also made Zhu Xiaoyan more and more worried. If she didn't have a feeling, her master must still be in the world. Zhu Xiaoyan almost thought that Mu Yinyan had committed suicide and no longer existed in this world. "No," so Xiaoduo said, "let's go to the underground to the Blood River. You're going to trouble Ancestor Mingi, but do you know the specific location?" "Someone knows." Zhu Xiaoduo and Zhu Xiaoyan's figures flashed. They went to find Flood and find the whereabouts of the Blood River. If they wanted to find the Blood River of Mingi, they had to find the older generation. "Godfather, what are you doing here?" "Godfather, you know that I've been looking for a way to solve the war. Coincidentally, I also know that you have this intention. You deliberately created a balance of power between the 3 sides, and each side has its own fear, so that large-scale war will not happen. It reproduces the balance of power between the 3 sides at that time. It seems dangerous, but it is actually balanced for a long time, and the Qing Heaven Tribulation will be prolonged indefinitely. Isn't it because of the coexistence of the 3 races?" "Huh," Flood said tiredly. "Now that the war has come to this, how can there be any room for negotiation?" So as Xiaoduo said, "Where there is a will, there is a way. As long as there is a chance, we have to try." Hong Shui sighed. His whole body seemed to have lost its spirit. "In fact, my world is only one step away from being fully formed. I can even study it. I can leave one race in this world, and the other races can all be transferred to that world. Although it is a trick, it may not be impossible to avoid the Qing Heaven's Tribulation." So Xiaoduo sighed. "It's a pity that I can't complete it, because I'm only one step away." Flood Witch's eyes lit up. "What else do you lack?" "The good fortune jade disc." The Flood Witch almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, you might as well not have said that. You just gave me a little hope, and then you extinguished it." Hope turned into despair. Everyone knew who had the good fortune jade disc. "You want to complete it? Dream on. Just say it. What do you want from me?" "Fortunately, my position is high enough. I'm not afraid of being accused of colluding with the enemy. You're really bold. You dare to come to our base with just the 2 of you." Flood, which was not in a good mood. "Be careful that Zhu Wu and the others kill the 2 of you. I can't help you." Zhu Xiaoduo chuckled. Zhu Xiaoyan held Flood Witch's arm and said coquettishly, Godfather can't bear to hit us. Floodwitch beamed and said, You still have to remove the us. I can't bear to hit you, but I can't bear to hit this frisky monkey. She sighed again after saying that. According to the current situation of the battlefield, was it inevitable that she would have to fight with her godson in the end? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel upset. What are you here for? Tell me. I want to know where the Blood River is, which is where the Azura world is, Zwishauduo said. Flood, which turned to look at Zwishauduo, her eyes serious. I almost know what your intentions are, but you have to be careful. If that person is really controlling the situation, if you go to the Azura world so rashly, won't you give them a chance to kill you? Maybe they will kill you, but it's really hard to say who will kill who. Zwishauduo chuckled. I've had a breakthrough recently, and Nian Mao has also improved a lot. Another breakthrough? Flood Witch's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. How could she still spar with Zwishauduo in such a situation? Godfather, are you itching for a fight? Can we enter the Tower of Annihilation to fight? Zwishauduo suggested. With the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation, we'll be out in a few seconds at most. Forget it. Floodwitch laughed at herself. I'm not that thick-skinned. As he spoke, he stood up. You guys stay here and don't run around. I have to go and ask around as well. Where exactly is the Azura world? A day later, Zwishauduo and Zwishaonian were already in a strange space. This realm was the legendary Azura realm. But as far as the eye could see, there was only dead silence in this space, and there were no signs of life at all. Where the Blood River was originally, there were also signs of drying up and cracking at this moment. This is the Azura world? Zwishauduo was in disbelief. The Azura world was a space of its own. Were so many people of the Azura clan? What about the Blood River army? What about the Blood God, who is said to be infinite? And what about the Nether River Patriarch, the owner of the Blood River? What was going on? Zwishaonian was also at a loss. Could it be that we're in the wrong place? At this moment, an inexplicable Tao rhyme enveloped the entire space. An elegant and gentle voice with a faint smile said, No, you're not in the wrong place. This place is indeed the Azura world. Chapter 1428. Zwishaonian was shocked. She turned around, and her sword was already in her hand. Zwishauduo turned around slowly, as if he was not surprised at all. He looked at the person in front of him leisurely. The person was dressed in a green Taoist robe. Although he was just standing there, he seemed to be one with heaven and earth. No, it should not be as if he was one with heaven and earth, but as if he was one with heaven and earth, sharing the breath of the sun and the moon. He was the wind, the clouds, the flowers, and the trees. He was everything between heaven and earth. There was no difference between him and nature anymore. Moreover, the Taoist rhymes that flowed around his body made people feel lost or enlightened when they looked at him. Zwishauduo bowed slightly and asked, Tao ancestor? The young Taoist nodded with a smile. Little friend, you don't have to be so polite. Zwishaonian also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Tao ancestor Hongjun. Hey, Phoenix girl, you don't have to be so polite. The Tao ancestor smiled faintly and said, The so-called Hongjun is just a level, not a name. The so-called One Chi into Hongjun is just a creation of the descendants. You can call me Senior. Zwishauduo giggled and said, As the saying goes, Hongjun comes first and heaven comes second. Senior, you're even before heaven and earth, suppressing the universe and creating a new world. Just this achievement alone is worthy of our respect. Tao ancestor Hongjun said, That's not right. Who could be before heaven? The so-called opening of heaven is just opening up a small world in the universe. Moreover, heaven was never opened by me. I was just a cultivator who merged with the great Tao due to fate and could no longer transcend. Tao ancestor Hongjun looked at Zwishauduo with a complicated look in his eyes. He said softly, The so-called opening of a world is more of a manifestation of one's thoughts. Since ancient times, Many gods of creation have been free and unfettered between heaven and earth. A world from nothing needs a god of creation to give birth to a world. Only then there is electricity, light, and the subsequent myths and legends. As what Xiaoduo said, then what's going on with our world? The ancestral land world we're standing on is a barren land. We don't know when this world came into existence, so it's hard to investigate. Who was the one who created this barren land is even more unknown. The only thing I know is that an almighty created this world by chance. However, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but this world didn't evolve completely and left early. Until the primordial world gave birth to life on its own. And we were the first living beings of this world. At that time, the Pango god's strength had reached a certain level, and he was determined to split the heavens and the earth apart. Only then did the heavens and the earth of this world begin to separate. As the saying goes, only when the heavens and the earth are created can one be enlightened. On the other hand, the cultivation methods of all living beings were scattered into the world after I fused with the great Tao. Each of the 3,000 great Taos evolved on their own based on the laws of fate and creation. Tao ancestor Hong Jun smiled faintly. Therefore, this world is an incomplete world, compared to the independent space that those almighties opened up with their own strength, created living beings, and set the rules of the world. There's a fundamental difference. Although Xiaoduo's strength was tyrannical and had reached the peak of this world, when it came to experience and knowledge, he was still very shallow. Naturally, he had never heard of such a lofty argument. An incomplete world. There is a fundamental difference with the existence of other worlds. So, Xiaoduo thought of his own void extermination pagoda. After comparing the two, he understood a little. Perhaps in this world, no one could understand the profound meaning of these words better than Zhuo Xiaoduo, because in his hands there was an incomplete world that was about to be formed. I see. This is the truth of this world. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly understood. With a thought from the Tao ancestor, this place became a paradise. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, white clouds floated, and rare beasts appeared. In the misty clouds, a tea table was placed in front of the three of them. Little friend, come and have some tea. I was just about to disturb the Tao ancestor. Speaking of disturbing, it was appropriate, because in this world, anywhere could be said to be a guest in the Tao ancestor's house. Being in harmony with heaven and earth, sharing the breath of the sun and moon, was not just a saying. Last time, little friend, you said that you wanted to talk to me. The Tao ancestor sat down with a smile. Little friend, you're already a great fated person with a new world. Since you invited me, I naturally have to come and meet you. When it came to the main topic, Xiaoduo sat upright and said, I'm confused and puzzled. What's the true meaning behind the Tao ancestor's instigation of this war? The Tao ancestor smiled faintly and said, after the war, I also asked myself this question. Then what's your answer? My body has transformed into the great Tao. Originally, I shouldn't have any meaningless thoughts, but I didn't expect that I couldn't avoid it after all. So, I asked myself, I've been in charge of this world for countless periods. I thought that the great Tao was heartless. Life and death, heaven and earth turning upside down, and the vicissitudes of life were just a game in my eyes. It passed by in the blink of an eye. The so-called genius experts, the so-called children of destiny, the so-called legends, the so-called nobles, generals, and ministers, the so-called hegemony of 1,000 years. Everything is a meeting of the wind and the clouds. In the end, it's still a pile of yellow soil. It's just a blink of an eye, and it's over. However, this clear heavenly tribulation has caused my heart lake to be turbulent, and it's no longer calm. Tao ancestor Hong Jun was very calm when he talked about these things, including what he had done. His words were full of calmness. He did not hide the distracting thoughts in his heart at all. At his level, everything no longer mattered. Naturally, there was no need for any dressing up. He was frank and straightforward. I wonder if there's any obsession in the Tao ancestor's heart. Xiaoduo sensitively noticed this. Obsession. The Tao ancestor raised his head slightly and looked at the void with empty eyes. After a while, he said, "In this world, ever since I merged with the heavenly Tao, I have set up 6 saints as the pillars of the world. They each suppress the destiny and support the world. There's no need to list my past achievements in detail. In an incomplete world, I have no idea. Only by merging with the Tao can I maintain the integrity of the world and create all living beings. The evolution of all races is endless. Why did this clear, heavenly tribulation let everyone go but only restrain me? How unfair is that? Outside the world, there's another world. Above the starry sky, there's a universe. Those who transcend can roam the world and obtain freedom. However, what about those who can't transcend? Transforming into the heavenly Tao is indeed a great mercy and a great wish. However, this world is like an ordinary person's courtyard to me." The Tao ancestor smiled bitterly. "Little friend, do you know how it feels to be trapped in your own courtyard for the rest of your life and not be able to take a step out?" Xiaoduo sighed. "If I can't go out, it's fine. It's not impossible to be content with a corner and enjoy myself. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Under the clear heavenly tribulation, even the saints of the past were able to transcend. In the future, all living beings will be able to transcend if their strength reaches the level of transcendence. I can only wait here bitterly and watch as many living beings transcend one by one and obtain freedom. As for me, I can only stay in this place forever and look at the sky from the bottom of a well." The Tao ancestor smiled bitterly. "With my cultivation level and the accumulation of countless years, this should not be the case. However, when it comes to it, I still feel indignant. It's this indignance that caused the calamity that you saw. With your cultivation level, it's only a matter of time before you transcend. At that time, perhaps you will be able to understand my confusion. I don't dare to. Mental imbalance is one of the reasons." Xiaoduo nodded and did not say anything. He could understand that feeling. "I'd like to hear the second reason," Xiaoduo said. "As for the second reason, it's the general trend." The Tao ancestor said blandly. "This time, the heavenly tribulation came suddenly, and the true meaning of it is to eliminate all the unstable things. In the future, only one clan will be left, and it will be the constant dominator. In this world, under the continuous infusion of the pure fate of only one clan, will slowly reach a perfect state. That's fate. Once the world is perfect, I will be separated from the great Tao. At that time, I will have the opportunity to transcend. That's inevitable. This is also a path of transcendence that the Tao brother who set up the heavenly tribulation left for me." Xiaoduo could not help but be confused. Since the Tao ancestor knows this, it's not that I don't have the opportunity to transcend. I'm no longer like before. But why? Still, the Tao ancestor said calmly, "Because this is an opportunity given by an outsider. It's not an opportunity that I obtained with my own strength. In other words, if I can change the outcome of the clear, heavenly tribulation with my own strength, the world will be perfectly balanced. At that time, the opportunity to transcend that I have won will be half a step ahead. Perhaps you don't care about this slight advantage, young friend, but to me, it's extremely important. There's nothing more I can do." Hearing that, Xiaoduo understood completely. As a proud ruler of the world, facing a terrifying opponent who he did not know the depth of, the sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart was naturally very uncomfortable. Whether it was out of pride, out of rebellious mentality, or simply unwilling to accept this person's kindness, once he accepted it, he would form karma. Especially karma of this level, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. Under any kind of mentality, it would cause him to feel inferior to this person at any time in the future. For the Tao ancestor who boasted that he had reached the state of mind of the great Tao, it would be an irreparable shortcoming. But in this world, or in this game, using a method that did not change the final outcome to change the outcome of a foregone conclusion. In some ways, it was a victory. And for such a powerful existence, his layout was broken by me and changed the outcome. It was not just half a step ahead, but half a step ahead of the heavens. I just didn't want to embarrass him too much, so I didn't completely change the final outcome. The final fate filled the heavenly Tao, and I was finally free. That was also because of my own efforts, not because of other reasons. It was I who decided which race would be the ruler, and they would become the rulers, the protagonists of the world. Then, the future prosperity of this race would all come from my thoughts. In other words, one's life would still be controlled by oneself. It would not be like before, where one could not control one's own fate and was at the mercy of others. The entire outcome did not change substantially for this world. Wu people were the rulers, the demon race was the ruler, or the human race was the ruler. In the end, it was still the creatures on this continent who became the rulers. It did not matter. However, to Tao ancestor Hong Jun, it had a very different meaning. His mental state was no longer lacking. I see. That's the truth. So Xiao Duo said calmly, the Tao ancestor might not care, but your casual change has caused the entire world to be plunged into misery and suffering. The Tao ancestor's expression turned slightly gloomy, but he immediately said, little friend, your cultivation level has reached the peak and you are about to transcend. However, you have yet to experience the endless years. Do you know that after I transformed into the great Tao, there were hundreds of Yuanwei monitoring the world for a long time? During that period of time, living beings could act according to instinct. However, if any living being did anything evil, divine lightning would descend from the sky and punish them. I transformed into thousands of incarnations and walked in the world. Countless Tao manuals and books were all written by me. However, after countless years, I will still be tired. Then I will feel that everything in the world is tasteless. No matter how exciting a life is, no matter how stunning a person is, it will only shine in front of my eyes. How long can it exist? In the blink of an eye, the living beings in this world have already changed several times. All the faces, all the dynasties, all the mountains and rivers. Are there any differences in my eyes? Gradually, even if she was a peerless hero, a peerless beauty, in my eyes, she wasn't even a tiny wave in the vast ocean. She wasn't even worth it. The Tao ancestor's voice was very indifferent. The so-called Great Tao is heartless. It slowly evolved from that time. How can it be just words? For example, with your current cultivation level, even if you don't take a step forward, you are already able to live as long as the world and as old as the sun and moon. Have you ever thought about all your neighbors? The ordinary people in your so-called city, what will happen to them in your long years? Can you remember all the people you've met? Can you change your emotions for the joy and sorrow of everyone around you? Perhaps you can do it now, but what about thousands of years later? What about 100,000 years later? 1,000,000 years later? What about after a long time? I can't do it. No matter what, I can't do it. The great Tao is heartless. It's an inevitable outcome. The end of cultivators. I can understand your anger now, because the people who died were people you were familiar with and had interacted with. However, after a period of time, when you think about it again, it's just a thought. You can't remember the faces of those people. However, to me, there was bitterness in the Tao ancestor's eyes. It's just a passing cloud. Moreover, it's a batch of clouds. There's no emotional fluctuation at all. The bitterness in his eyes was real. So Xiao Duo could tell that. That was because he was very envious of that feeling. I really want to have your sadness, helplessness, and grievance again. That way, I will be very gratified because that way, I can still feel that I'm a human and not just a so-called great Tao without any emotions. You still don't know this kind of numbness. This is the saddest thing in life. So Xiao Duo was speechless. He wanted to persuade him. However, after those words, he realized that he could not persuade him. He had originally thought that he would transcend in the end. The outside world was huge, and he would be free from then on. Why bother about the outcome here? As long as you don't care, the matters in this world will be easy to resolve. But now he was speechless. Perhaps we can't understand your heartlessness and numbness, but you used your heartlessness and numbness to create pain and sadness for a lover. Don't you feel that it's a little immoral? Zhuo Xiaoyan said calmly. So what if I'm like an ant? Who in this world has the obligation to give up their lives in vain for the victory of others? I feel that you're wrong now, Zhuo Xiaoyan said. The Tao ancestor nodded slowly. You're right. What I'm doing now is indeed wrong. Then you. However, I still have to walk on this path and can't turn back. The true great Tao is in front of me. I've already worked hard for tens of billions of years to walk out. Now, even if I'm wrong, I have to fight for the outcome of this battle. Zhuo Xiaoyan also felt helpless. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, I thought of something. The Tao ancestor smiled and said, when the reason is different, use your fist to solve it. That's right. I have the same intention. Reason can't change the real outcome, but victory and defeat can. And the two of you are the eyes of this game. If the two of you disappear, this game, I will win without fighting. So Xiaoduo said slowly, Tao ancestor, are you going to attack the two of us? The Tao ancestor said indifferently, I believe you're already prepared. So Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, of course I'm prepared. This Azura world is indeed suitable for a big battle. The Tao ancestor smiled. So Xiaoduo opened the Void Extermination Pagoda. So Changlu, his wife, Li Chenglong, and all the other members of the team except for Li Changming appeared at the same time. Then Demon Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, Demon Empress Shi He, Demon Master Koen Peng, Zhuwu, the Flood Witch, Great Fire Witch, Great Ice Witch, Great Dan Kong, Great Poison Witch, and Chan Sheng, all the top combat forces in the current world. They gathered here at the same time. There were a total of 36 people. After everyone appeared, their expressions were complicated. They bowed at the same time. Greetings, Tao Ancestor. No need to be so polite. After this battle, the continent will be peaceful. Everyone, take care. Yes. The Tao Ancestor smiled. Nether River Patriarch and Demon Ancestor Rahu appeared at the same time. It's a little early for you all to start this final battle. It's a little early. It's inevitable that you'll be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, you won't give us any more time. It's useless to say more. Tao Ancestor is right. Reason can't change the real outcome, but victory and defeat can. Countless Dharma treasures were activated at the same time. The outcome of this battle will be the future. Chapter 1429. What kind of figure was the Tao Ancestor? He was a figure that even the six sages could not contend with. Otherwise, the six sages would not have left. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very clear about this. Zhuo Changlu and the others were also clear about the strength of their opponents. Since the Tao Ancestor was their target, how could Zhuo Xiaoduo dare to be careless? Not to mention the living beings of the three races that he was already shouldering. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not afford to be careless in the slightest for his own safety and the safety of his relatives. Not to mention that Zhuo Xiaoduo was very afraid of death. Of course, it cannot be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo was afraid of death. Instead, it should be said that he was brave and resourceful. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others have been planning and preparing for the Tao Ancestors' plan for a long time. Everyone knew that in the face of the Tao Ancestors' plan, 99% of the people in this world had no room to resist. Only a limited number of people could withstand one or two moves against the Tao Ancestor. Just like when they first faced the Demon Ancestor, how could they fight head-on? Now, the Tao Ancestor had weapons and the general trend. Under the general trend, all the races had to kill each other under the heavenly tribulation. In the end, only one could survive. At the end of the day, the Tao Ancestor did not carry out any calculations. This matter could only proceed in this way. This was the general trend. The Flood Witch's previous plan was to slow down this process to the greatest extent or even indefinitely. The Tao Ancestor's attack had, in turn, sped up this process. This addition and subtraction had nothing to do with the established process itself, but the significance to the various races and the Tao Ancestor was very different. If the Flood's plan succeeded, the three races would reach a consensus and delay the heavenly tribulation indefinitely. Just like the astral souls, the Umno Alliance, and the Tao League back then, the three races would fight for a long time, and the rear would rest and recuperate. If they retreated, they could also gain a considerable amount of time to maneuver. At least, they could sacrifice less in the heavenly tribulation. The various races could preserve enough vitality to leave the starry sky. That way, 8 out of the 9 clans would be wiped out, and the tragic ending of not being able to survive, even the victorious paragons were no exception. After all, everyone knew that even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Most of their population would be wiped out, and only 1 or 2 of their strongest warriors would survive. It was easy to imagine, especially when the 3 clans were fighting fiercely just now. After a great battle, the elite forces of the 3 clans had been reduced by more than 60%. Everyone in the 3 clans was thoroughly aware of the situation. How could there be a winner? After this battle, the upper echelons of the 3 clans came to a consensus. Although they might not have the confidence to defeat their opponents, they were confident that they could drag their opponents down with them. Even if it was Zhuo Xiaoduo, as long as there were 2 Zhu Wu who disregarded their own lives and self-destructed, there was still a considerable chance that they would be able to capture and bring him away. And which one of the Zhu Wu wasn't a fugitive? Which one of them really cared about their own lives? Therefore, after Zhuo Xiaoduo heard the message from Wan Minsheng, he secretly discussed this plan with Li Chenglong and Zhuo Chonglu. Although this plan was undoubtedly risky, and there was a risk that they would all be wiped out, but it was already like riding a tiger, and they had no other choice. Therefore, after Zhuo Xiaoduo unified the opinions of the upper echelons of the astral souls, he first went to find Monster King Dongwang. The 3 leaders of the Monster Clan didn't want to be enemies with Zhuo Xiaoduo, and all the top monster clans below Monster Master Ko and Peng were afraid of Zhuo Xiaoduo. When they heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's intention, they agreed without hesitation. It could be said that they hit it off immediately. After that, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong secretly went to the Wu people to discuss with Flood and the others. They thought that since the Monster Clan agreed so readily, the Wu people, who were closer to them in the past, would be more agreeable. Unexpectedly, the Zhu Wu inexplicably trusted the Tao ancestor, and 2 of them even thought that the Tao ancestor would never do such a thing. In the end, they had no choice but to make a bet and fight in the Tower of Emptiness. The winner would be the king, and the loser would be obedient. Zhuo Xiaoduo fought against 2 Zhu Wu by himself. In fact, it wasn't a big fight. Anyway, he won. After a certain someone made a breakthrough, his strength increased by several levels. They were just fighting for their pride, not for a fight to the death. The stronger one would win, and the weaker one would lose. Although the Wu people loved to fight and fought against the heavens and the earth, losing was not a bad thing, and there was no objection. At this point, they were just waiting for the right time to take action. In fact, until now, the Zhu Wu still didn't believe that the Tao ancestor would ignore all living beings. Whether they would really join hands in the future, this plan was just a plan. However, the series of assassinations and strange actions that followed slowly stirred up the bloodlust in all the shaman soldiers. The ancestral shamans finally realized what was going on. If it went on like this, they were afraid that they would really die without a burial place. The reality of the chaotic war between the 3 clans was right in front of them, at the moment when all the clans suffered unprecedentedly tragic losses. This plan had no choice but to take shape. After that big fight, at the moment when only the top leaders stayed on the battlefield, although no one said anything or discussed or confirmed anything, everyone's thoughts were already very clear. What was the matter? How muddle-headed could he be that he still couldn't wake up from the blood and lives of more than 1 billion high-level creatures? It was also from then on that the top leaders of the 3 clans were really included in the rhythm of Li Chenglong's plan. Then, the situation continued to develop. It made the scheme that was on the surface even clearer and more realistic. On the surface, Zhuo Xiaoduo went to find Mingyi to seize the initiative and cut off the Tao ancestor's arm first. After all, Mingyi was completely exposed in this battle. No matter whether there was anyone behind him or not, there was no room for negotiation between him and the three clans. It was inevitable that they would find him. Therefore, Xiaoduo naturally set out. After receiving the letter, the monster emperor and the others had already been secretly waiting in the Wu people's camp. They were waiting for Xiaoduo to find Flood and then pack everyone up and take them away. In other words, Xiaoduo wasn't looking for Mingi. He was just giving the Tao ancestor a chance. A chance for everyone to get things done once and for all. After all, under the clear heaven tribulation, everything was clear. On the surface, it seemed that there were hundreds of billions of creatures and the 9 clans fighting. But in the end, as long as the most crucial point was solved, everything else was insignificant. And the most crucial point had already been completely exposed at this point. To the Tao ancestor, Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan. As long as these 2 people were killed, this clear heaven tribulation would be over. Because after these 2 people died, humans would definitely not be a match for the monster clan, and they wouldn't even be a match for the Wu people. Even if there were many young masters and rising stars in the human race, they lacked the luck of Xiaoduo and his wife. The Witch clan and the monster clan wouldn't give them time to continue to rise. In that way, the most fundamental purpose of this clear heaven tribulation would have lost its meaning. In the end, whether the Wu people dominated the continent or the monster clan dominated the continent, it made no difference to the Tao ancestor. Therefore, when Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan left the camp and came to the Azura world, even if the Tao ancestor knew that this might be a scheme, he would still step in, finish it in one fell swoop. After all, there might not be another chance to solve the problem so easily in the future. But as long as he participated, he had to do it personally, because Mingi was definitely not a match for Xiaoduo. Even the demon ancestor Rahu was no match for Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan. Only the Tao ancestor could solve it once and for all. In the end, Li Qinglong concluded that no matter how things developed, in the end, the final destination of this operation would definitely be the king meeting the king. In other words, when these calculations were combined, the Tao ancestor was forced to have no other choice. These people were all doing the same thing together, which was obviously an alliance of the 3 clans. If you didn't come a fight, you would be making your position clear and have bad intentions. Once the 3 clans used this as a key and secretly formed a competition, the top experts of the 3 clans would each send out a few people to fight one round to decide who would stay and who would leave. It would be really bad for the Tao ancestor, because the outcome was already destined. With Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan suppressing the overall situation, it was equivalent to winning 2 rounds. Changlu and his wife could win at least 1 round. Li Qinglong would inevitably face weaker opponents under the calculation, which meant winning 4 rounds. At least 4 rounds, the humans had already grasped the victory in their hands. What was the suspense? In the end, the humans would still dominate the world. This outcome was not difficult to imagine at all. Also, based on this key point, if you wanted to eliminate the possibility of the human race dominating the world, you had to come. Apart from this opportunity, there was no other opportunity to kill Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan in a very short time. In case they discussed it within a day, the demon emperor of the demon race and the Wu people Zhu Wu would bring their subordinates and withdraw from this continent. But it would become an established fact that, in a sense, the clear heavenly tribulation had already succeeded. The goal of the human race dominating the world had been achieved. In other words, the Tao ancestor had lost. Therefore, even though the Tao ancestor was supreme, in the face of such a situation, he had no choice but to face it head-on. That as the battle began, Xiaoduo immediately took out the Tai Chi diagram and spread it out with a bang. He wanted to control the earth, water, wind, and fire in this space. This space was established by the Tao ancestor, and it was his absolute home ground. How could he not use the Tai Chi diagram, which could change the enemy's home ground? The Tai Chi diagram shouted with all its strength, "I can only offset the Tao ancestor space power for an hour at most." Before its voice died away, The Tai Chi, Yin, and Yang power exploded with a bang. The atmosphere in this space suddenly became heavy. An hour, which is 1 hour, should be enough. So Xiao Duo snorted. In the next moment, the Huang sword soared into the sky and fused all the merit energy that it had condensed since it was revived into the Tai Chi diagram. As the sword light disappeared, it disappeared, leaving only a sentence. Within an hour, you have done nothing. The little dragon of fortune also appeared. With a hollow dragon roar, it soared into the sky and used its abundant fortune to form a bridge and a special barrier. It connected the three energies of the Tai Chi diagram and the sword of Empress Envoi, completely cutting off the connection between Tao, ancestor, and the fortune of heaven and earth. Good, good, good. The Tao ancestor smiled and praised. Cut off my space extraction. Cut off my boundless merit protection technique. Cut off my connection with the world's destiny. Indeed, you plan before acting and see through the situation. You force me to fight to the death with you as a cultivator. This plan is really good. Did it come from a military advisor? Li Qinglong hugged his sword and bowed. That's me. Thank you for your praise, Lord Tao Ancestor. I don't dare to accept it. Stop dawdling. Just 1 hour. So Xiao Duo roared. Don't give him a chance to stall for time. He raised his hands, and 2 rays of light, one black and one white, flew and merged into the 9-9 cat hammer. With a buzzing sound, the space trembled. The 9-9 cat hammer was unprecedentedly powerful. However, with this move, layers of ripples appeared in the air and spread out like ripples. The Flood Witch's eyes narrowed. Damn, this kid. The realm of the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer has actually surpassed mine. However, she did not hesitate at all. She swung the hammer and rushed up before Xiao Duo to face the Tao ancestor. The 4 hammers were on the left and right, and the encirclement was instantly established. Zhua Xiaoyan controlled the spirit-snatching sword and took advantage of the gap to attack. The Ice Spirit Xiao had now reached the level of the super god complete body. The extremely cold air was very different from before. It was contained, but not obvious. It turned into a little cold air in the air. It was invisible and traceless. However, it made all the extreme cold power focus on the Tao ancestor. It did not affect the rest of the people who participated in the battle at all. Just this little bit of control had already reached the peak of perfection, and it was a shocking level. Near the periphery of the battle group, besieging the Tao ancestor, Xianming Zhu Wu and the Ice Nether, which were both sitting cross-legged. Each of them activated their lifetime cultivation. They held their hands together and focused on the battlefield. They were ready to recharge Zhua Xiaoyan at any time. Yes, this was the mission of the 2 of them in this battle. Although Zhua Xiaoyan had the top combat power and could enter the battle against the Tao ancestor, she needed to be in the best state at all times when facing the Tao ancestor. At least, she had to be in the best state for a certain period of time. Xianming Zhu Wu and the Ice Nether, which were the cheats that could keep Zhua Xiaoyan in the best state for a longer period of time. Seeing that the opponent was scheming, the Tao ancestor was also a little afraid. He punched Zhua Xiaoduo's cat hammer. With a muffled bang, so Xiao Duo only felt that the cat hammer was suddenly filled with billions of degrees of current. In an instant, the entire hammerhead was bright and almost transparent. At the same time, there was an abundant and unstoppable force surging. So Xiao Duo, who had not felt that his strength was not enough for a long time, could not stand steadily and staggered back a step. The other fist of the Tao ancestor was even more fierce, and hit the Flood Witch's 1,000 souls nightmare hammer. The Flood Witch gave a muffled groan and somersaulted away. A knife shadow suddenly flashed. At the moment when Flood retreated, it turned into a knife mountain and slashed down fiercely. Whoosh! Zhua Xiaoyan's sword was close to the Tao ancestor's clothes. Suddenly, a white little finger appeared in front of the sword. It was just a gentle push, but Zhua Xiaoyan only felt that her whole body was extremely uncomfortable. It was difficult for her to continue. While trying to send out the cold, she staggered and fell to the side. Shiha and Wu Yuding flashed from the left and right sides of Zhuo Xiaoyan's body and joined forces to attack. Zhu Wu, Gong Gong, Di Jiang, Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Wang, and Tai Yi also attacked together to suppress. The seven masters attacked together and pressed forward with great momentum. The Dao ancestor was still calm. The moment his body floated up, he kicked the Demon Emperor, punched Dong Wang, and pressed Gong Gong with his palm. The 5 fingers of the other hand turned into 5 mountains and attacked Shiha, Wu Yuding, Zhuo Chonglu, Di Jiang, and the others. 5 fingers and 5 mountains. The remaining mountain hit Qiangliang Zhu Wu, who had just rushed up, and made him tumble. He spun and spat out blood as he fell. The title of the most powerful man in the world was indeed deserved. Facing the siege of so many top masters, he still had the upper hand, showing the demeanor of a supreme master. Zhuo Zhonglu and the others let out muffled groans at the same time. Then, they were sent flying in 7 different directions. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Flood, Zhuo Xiaoyan, Zhu Wu, Gomeng Zhu Wu, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, Xiang Chong, and the others all joined the battle early. They followed up and launched a new wave of attacks. The hammers, swords, sabers, and spears moved together and used various unique skills. It was extremely dazzling. However, everyone's siege was still in vain. They were blown away again. The Dao ancestor was still doing it casually. Seeing that the Dao ancestor's power had reached such a realm, everyone's heart suddenly became heavy. This battle was different from the battlefield. It not only focused on one's own combat power and the comparison of the two sides' comprehensive strength, but also on one's own cultivation realm, improvisation, and the change in one's mentality. When facing the Dao ancestor, no one would choose to fight to the death at the beginning. The necessary test was the first choice. The manpower on their side was the greatest advantage. If they could rely on the advantage of numbers to directly attack and kill the Dao ancestor, it would naturally be the best. Although everyone knew that this idea was too naive, thinking about it, and even giving it a try was still a try at the beginning of the battle. Why not? However, this test caused everyone's hearts to sink. They had already blocked the heavenly Tao, the light from providence, space, and even the influence of merit. The Dao ancestor had always been able to deal with the joint attack of 36 peak experts on his side. That meant that although everyone had not shown their true abilities, the Dao ancestor probably had not shown his true strength either. Everyone came to the same consensus in their hearts, and they had a deeper understanding. It seemed that they had to pay the most tragic price in today's battle. Otherwise, they would not be able to take down the Dao ancestor, the number 1 person in the world. Everyone was an experienced expert. How could they not have schemes in their hearts? Since they had such an awareness, the atmosphere of the war suddenly became tragic without anyone's urging. Kuan Peng was thinking, demons can't be without an emperor for a day. If I have to sacrifice in this battle, let me sacrifice. Do I want the emperor to sacrifice first? Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Shi were thinking, if I don't pay the price, my brothers, my husband, and my wife will pay the price. Then let me go first. However, the people in the team were thinking, if I retreat, my brothers will definitely go forward and sacrifice themselves. Then, how can I be at ease? If I have to sacrifice myself, of course I have to do it. Zhu Wu and the other Grand Magi also had similar thoughts. I can't let my brothers die. At least, I have to let them die after me. The peak astral souls led by Zhuo Chonglu and his wife also had the same thought. It doesn't matter if we die in battle. Those little guys are still young. The future of the human race will be more glorious with them. Everyone was of the same mind, and their hearts were of the same mind. Unexpectedly, they all showed signs of risking their lives at the same time. However, the first one to launch a desperate attack was out of everyone's expectation, Chan Sheng. Chan Sheng's entire body bulged, and his eyes shone with crimson light. In his life, he had lived 2 lives. He had lived 2 lives painstakingly. His only obsession was to become a saint. His only thought was, in my previous life, I was so close. I only took one wrong step and I died. Now that I've been reborn, I know all the taboos. I can see the other side from afar. I'll definitely become a saint. This thought had been deeply rooted in his heart. Unexpectedly, he persisted until the end, but it was still in vain. At this point, Toad Saint had already lost all hope. That cattail hassock, others might have a little chance, but it was firmly rejected by him. His only concern was that the karma of the Wu people's protection hadn't been repaid. Otherwise, Changsheng might have already killed himself. The great shamans could be considered as his few friends in this world. Seeing the great shamans fall one by one, Changsheng didn't say anything. He didn't even go to pay his respects. He seemed very cold and heartless. However, in reality, his heart had already been twisted by a knife. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay his respects. It was that he didn't want to go to the graves and recall his memories. He didn't want to taste that heart-piercing pain again. At this time, Changsheng suddenly realized that compared to others, he had a major flaw. And this flaw was that he was too soft-hearted. He was too easily swayed by his emotions. Once his emotions exploded, he couldn't take them back or control them. So, my real shortcoming is that I have too little experience. My fatal flaw is that I have too little contribution to the common people. I've lived 2 lives. I got the chance to start over, but I still woke up so late. It would be a joke if I could also become a saint. Ever since he realized this, Changsheng became more and more disheartened. He was only waiting for the moment of death to come. And now it was time for death. This life is over. Just for these friends that I acknowledge. Shine once. Bloom with the most brilliant brilliance in 2 lives. Changsheng roared and pounced forward. His speed surpassed the flowing light. It was indescribably fast. It was also because of this that he rushed to the front of the Tao ancestor in front of everyone. All of his cultivation was gathered in one finger. Heaven-shattering finger. The Tao ancestor casually grabbed his finger with all his strength. At the same time, abundant power surged. Crack, crack, crack. Changsheng's bones began to break. Starting from the point of contact with his arm, it quickly spread all the way up and turned into powder. However, this was exactly what Toad Saint was after. He knew that although he had taken the initiative to launch an attack, it seemed to be powerful and unparalleled, but in fact there was a slight gap between him and the others' attacks. The Tao ancestor would never let go of this opportunity to kill him and cut off his own strength. A single person's strength was always the flaw of the Tao ancestor's side. To be able to kill an enemy without expending much energy, this opportunity could not be missed, and his goal was to come into contact with the Tao ancestor and not let go afterward. Changsheng had never placed his hopes on the heaven-shattering finger. He only used the heaven-shattering finger to come into contact with the Tao ancestor first and create an opportunity for the Tao ancestor to kill him in one fell swoop. At the same time, he also created an opportunity for himself to injure the Tao ancestor. However, the power level of the Tao ancestor was clearly above his imagination. The moment he thought of self-detonating, 1/3 of his body had already turned into powder. The power of the Tao ancestor was so strong. The so-called rapid spread was so fast. Boom! The rest of Changsheng's body, together with all the power of his soul and consciousness, and the accumulation of resentment of 2 lives, exploded together and attacked. From beginning to end, Changsheng did not say a word. Not a word. He did not say anything about taking care of his brothers, nor did he say anything about opening a path for his brothers, nor did he say anything about reuniting with his brothers. He only did not say a word. It was all in silence. In the complete silence, an extreme explosion. This explosion was eternal. The kindness of the Wu people, I have repaid it. The violent and sudden explosion shocked everyone present. The few people in the lead were even sent flying by the aftermath of the explosion. But from the beginning of Changsheng's attack, he had already made full preparations. Almost all of his power burst out in front of him. This blow would at most cause some impact to his comrades, but they would not suffer any damage. But the Tao ancestor on the opposite side bore the full brunt of this half-saint's self-detonation. When Chan Sheng self-detonated, he still held one of Chan Sheng's fingers and did not let go. That was the contact point of the two people's attack, the connection point. Once released, Chan Sheng had the possibility of escaping. He intended to kill the other party, so how could he give the other party a chance to escape? More importantly, the Tao ancestor boasted that he knew Hong Yun very well. Hong Yun was a good person with a gentle temper. After reincarnation, he had not moved for so many years. How could he have such an explosive temper? Especially now that the battle had just begun for less than 10 breaths. It was far from the urgent moment of self-detonation. He did not push them so hard in order to delay the battle, kill a few of them easily, and let the others exhaust themselves and lose more cultivation. At the so-called critical moment, the power of self-detonation would naturally be weakened, so that he could deal with it more easily. To put it bluntly, even if anyone present self-detonated, it would not be as surprising to the Tao ancestor as Hong Yun's self-detonation. But it just so happened that the most unlikely person at the most unlikely time had unexpectedly exploded. The Tao ancestor had been invincible for too long, and he had been heartless for too long. However, he had neglected one point. A person could do one thing in his life and not succeed. It was not easy for him to have a chance to do it again, but he still did not succeed. It was not because of hard work, diligence, or the process. It was because of karma, because he did not have that fate. That sense of despair and absurdity was so overwhelming. He had lost his sage position twice in the Purple Cloud Palace. And the Purple Cloud Palace was where Tao ancestor Hong Jun was. The original sage position was given by the Tao ancestor. When Chan Sheng saw the Tao ancestor in this life, the complicated feeling rose to the top. It was indescribable. How could he not risk his life? How could he not strike back? How could he not target the initiator? The Tao ancestor snorted. The clothes on his chest were blown away, and his body flew out 1,000 feet. His face turned pale first, and then it turned red. 2 streams of blood flowed down from his nostrils. He touched his chest with his hand, and the expression in his eyes was complicated. Hong Yun, what a good Hong Yun! The Tao ancestor was injured. This knowledge instantly caused Xiao Duo and the others to feel excited. It turned out that the Tao ancestor could also be injured. In the next moment, the clothes on the Tao ancestor's chest had returned to their original state. He was still wearing a green Taoist robe, and even his face had regained its color. It seemed that the self-destruction of a top-level half-saint did not affect him at all. However, there were 3 lotus flowers rising above his head. There were 7-colored auspicious clouds surging under his feet, and a horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. As the horsetail whisk was in his hand, thousands of threads instantly appeared and attacked everyone with a pervasive momentum. Everyone hurriedly blocked and responded. When the thin threads collided with the weapons, they actually emitted a deafening sound that rumbled endlessly. When the thin threads collided with the extremely heavy hammer, Xiaoduo actually felt his wrist go numb. The 36 people were divided into 4 groups. One group was guarding the array, while the other 3 groups launched endless waves of attacks. The Tao ancestor's faint smile did not decrease. He was very calm. Suddenly, his body floated back, and he pressed down with his hand. Countless immortal mountains and spiritual mountains fell out of the sky. When they fell halfway, they had already turned into a mountain of swords. The force of every single mountain smashing down possessed the might of the full force strike of a peak golden immortal. Boom, boom, boom. Now, no one could use the power of heaven and earth, but the Tao ancestor could. That was the meaning of having a universe in his chest. The 9 people who were guarding the array saw that something was wrong and rushed up into the sky. They each displayed their best skills and tried their best to stop the mountain of swords that fell from the sky, so that the teams below who participated in the attack did not have to be distracted. There was a loud shout. So Xiaoduo shouted, "Kill!" Li Chenglong and the others heard the voice and moved together. The members of the 3 groups that were not enough were instantly divided into 2 rows. Gao Xiao, led the row and placed one hand on the back of Zhuo Xiaoyan. Li Qinglong and the others touched Zhuo Xiaoduo's body with one hand. At the same time, Demon Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, one raised the Demon Emperor's sword, the Sun and Moon Hook, the other activated the Dongwang Bell with all his strength, displaying an unparalleled attack. Gonggong Zhu Wu pounced forward. He was beaten by the Dao ancestor until he vomited blood, but the nearby space was filled with extremely cold, heavenly water. So Changlu and Wu Yuding, one on the left and one on the right, completely sealed off the only space that the Dao ancestor had to dodge. Dijiang Zhu Wu and Grand Shaman Dan Kong also stood side by side and used the power of space with all their strength to further seal the space. Seeing the golden lotus smashing down, Dijiang and Dan Kong, who were using the power of space with all their strength, immediately vomited blood and their attack stopped. Boom! The Dao ancestor punched the bell of chaos. Donghuang's body leaned back and almost flew out. However, he spat out a large mouthful of blood on the bell of chaos, but he did not retreat at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes turned cold, and his body suddenly turned into a 10,000-foot tall giant. The kitty hammer was mixed with black gas and white light, and it smashed down fiercely like the unparalleled power of the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone's strength was gathered on Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. Convergent strike. The mighty 99 kitty hammer collided with a mountain of swords falling from the sky and sent them flying to some unknown place. Boom! The two hammers fell brazenly. Zhuo Xiaoyan moved at the same time as the hammers fell. The ice flame mixed with the ice spirit and turned into an extreme ice flame sword. The inheritance of the divine phoenix in her body was also activated, and she froze the area 100 feet around the Dao ancestor. This was Zhuo Xiaoyan's combined power of the 8 masters, as well as her own soul consciousness and cultivation. After the attack, with all her strength, her pretty face turned pale. Her dantian and meridians were emptied in an instant by this extreme attack. It was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Zhuo Xiaoyan had not felt so exhausted for a long time. For a moment, her delicate body was on the verge of collapse, and the large piece of sky-repairing stone in front of her chest could not replenish the emptiness in time. After this attack, at least for a short period of time, it was impossible to make a second attack of the same kind. The space was frozen to the extreme, and the ice flame inside was burning. The accumulated pressure caused the surroundings to crack like a spider web. This move was also out of the Dao ancestor's expectations. He could not react in time, and his entire body was frozen in place. He was frozen in place by the extreme ice. The lotus above his head and the auspicious cloud under his feet emitted a bright light and exploded instantly. It was obvious that they wanted to break the ice. Even if it was the extreme ice that froze the void, the Dao ancestor could break it and regain his freedom in a few breaths' time. However, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer had already fallen. At the same time, Zhu Rong's primordial fire, and the Grand Sun primordial fire erupted together. The ice and fire converged and surged rapidly, producing a violent explosion. Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer was mixed with the power of yin and yang reincarnation. It smashed into the ice layer in an instant and landed on the Dao ancestor's head. The 3 golden lotuses exploded and turned into flowing light. However, the hammer did not stop at all, and a body was smashed into pieces by the hammer. The space turned into fragments and could not be reassembled for a moment. Everyone's faces were covered in cold sweat and disbelief. Dead. How could a dignified Dao ancestor die so easily? Although Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were already close to self-destructing, it could even be said that this was a blow that combined all the strength of the entire team. Even if Zhuo Xiaoduo really self-destructed, it might not be so powerful, although there was the help of everyone's life. However, everyone still felt that the Dao ancestor should not be destroyed so easily. There was a scream. The non-poisonous shaman outside the field suddenly let out a scream. When everyone hurriedly looked back, they saw that the moment the Tao ancestor's body suddenly formed from fragments, a right hand that had formed in advance had already slapped the non-poisonous shaman's head. The corners of his mouth had recovered, and there was still a gentle smile, but there was a hint of killing intent in the amiable smile. The non-poisonous shaman only let out a scream before his entire body turned into powder and he no longer existed in the world. The content of the scream that remained in the world was, "The poison of the soul. The poison dominates the world." As the body of the non-poisonous shaman disappeared, a black line appeared on the Tao ancestor's white, jade-like hand that took his life. That was the ultimate poison that the non-poisonous shaman had refined by smelting all kinds of poisons with his own life essence. In his life, he could only study highly poisonous things. However, this ultimate poison that he had studied in his life was the most powerful poison, but even the non-poisonous shaman only had one chance to use it in his life, because this poison could only be activated by using his own life as a primer. The Tao ancestor looked at the black line on his hand and sighed softly. What a good poison shaman! You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.